We're going to start the hearing this morning on Senate Bill 659. Recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Carson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the Education Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson. I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, which comprises the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 659, which is relative to education financing. And this bill makes changes to what substantive educational content satisfies an adequate education. Throughout New Hampshire's history, providing educational opportunities for our state's children has been a shared responsibility of the state and local governments. For the past 30 years, we've been immersed in a never-ending series of lawsuits, asking the courts to insert themselves into education funding decisions. Each time the legislature changes how we pay for schools, a new set of lawsuits are filed. Another principle we've had since our founding is the balance of power between the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the government. We have checks and balances that prevent any one branch from intruding on the authority of others. In the recent Conval case, the New Hampshire Supreme Court upheld a lower court judge's decision to go through school budgets line by line and determine the cost of an adequate education for every Granite State student, down to the very penny. But the court also found that it had no authority to direct the legislature to spend the money. Senate Bill 659 responds to this judicial interference in budget writing by clarifying how the state defines an adequate education. It also reaffirms that raising and spending tax dollars to pay for schools is a political policy matter reserved to the legislative and executive judgment and control. Senate Bill 659 focuses on the academic programs in our schools in these 11 areas: English, math, science, arts education, world languages, health, physical education, engineering, personal financial literacy, and computer science. Another important aspect of this bill is to reaffirm the legislature's long-held preference for differential aid. No student is the same, and some students cost considerably more to educate. Every education funding formula since the first Claremont decision has included some sort of differential aid. We currently provide additional adequacy funds for special needs, for English language learners, and for towns with a higher population of lower income families. The Conval case ignored differentiation as part of the state's commitment to funding education. We need to address and correct this error. When courts make a mistake in interpreting a statute, it is the duty of the legislature to change that statute. This bill does not reduce the state's commitment to funding public schools. We are sending over $1 billion a year to local school districts, even as student enrollment has dropped. This bill does not raise local property taxes. Those are fueled by local spending, and the fastest category of local spending is administration. Senate Bill 659 focuses state support on classrooms, not on SAU buildings. Senate Bill 659 focuses state education spending on core academics while preserving local control over the rest of the school budget. Raising and spending money is a core responsibility of the legislature along with the governor. This bill restores the checks and balances in our constitutional system while maintaining the record amount of state money flowing to our local schools. I'd like to thank you very much for your consideration of Senate Bill 659. There are people here behind me who are more up to date with this bill, and so I would ask you to hold your questions for them when they come forward to testify. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Representative Bricky. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Bricky, and I'm serving my first term in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. I represent Merrimack District 15, Pennacook. I serve on the House Education Funding Committee. I also serve as chair of the Merrimack Valley School Board, which includes Pennacook, Boscawen, Salisbury, Webster, and Loudoun. I am here to testify in opposition to SB 659, and my remarks also apply to HB 1815, which is the next one that you will hear. I also spoke against them in the House education funding. This bill takes the responsibility for paying for an adequate education away from the state and moves more of it to local communities. New Hampshire's public schools are required to educate every student who walks through their doors. Yet the state continues to fund only a portion of what it calls an adequate education. The rest falls to local taxpayers. The bill states that education funding is a shared responsibility between the state and local communities, but it never defines what the state's share should be. That means the state could contribute very little while still claiming it has met its obligation, which I feel it's been doing lately. All across New Hampshire, Granite Staters are asking for property tax relief. At last week's Merrimack Valley School District annual meeting, we heard a common refrain. If you want to complain about property taxes, don't do it here in the gym, take it to the State House. Perhaps people understand that the problem starts here. SB 659 does not reduce reliance on property taxes. It does increase state funding for education, and it does not provide property tax relief. Instead, it risks pushing more of the burden onto our communities. If this is not the plan, if this were to pass, I would be interested to hear what the vision is. The bill also removes language guaranteeing students an opportunity for an adequate education. That raises serious concerns about weakening both educational standards and the state's responsibility to fund them. SB 659 raises many of these same concerns many of those same concerns as they were expressed last year about HB 283 that also tried to remove many parts of the definition of an adequate education. Granite Staters do not want lawmakers weakening education standards or shifting responsibility away from the state. Our communities, our students, and our taxpayers deserve better. I urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on SB 659. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And just as a moment, may I request that a copy of the bill be put on the table for people who don't have a copy with them if we want to ask them questions specific to the bill? Whatever. Thank you. And Representative, I appreciate the work that you do in Ed Finance, but I specifically want to ask you a question as a municipal office holder in your community. In reading Senate Bill 659, it appears, at least in my reading, that this bill would be establishing a precedent that school districts are at the pleasure of the state, and that the state will then also have input on how that money is spent. And is there concern that that will then bleed into other municipal expenditures? Like if we establish this precedent in Senate Bill 659, are we now opening the door for the state to say, well, since you get back a portion of the rooms and meals tax that is distributed, we can now tell you how to spend that rooms and meals tax? or, any other expenditure that is a shared responsibility with the state? Do you see this as opening that door?
I do see it as opening the door for education. I think that there are bills right now that we just heard in the House this week that specifically talk to rooms and meals. And I worried about the fact that, and I can't think of the number right now, so don't quiz me, that I worried about the fact that that would mean that there would be more state push in once that, if that passed, if that bill for rooms and meals were to pass. So yes, I do believe that this would allow the state to have a little bit more leverage in what we do in schools. And I'm not sure that that is warranted.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Otherwise,
So what we were, just for the folks following along at home, what I was referencing specifically is lines 18, 19, and 20. That says, the state essentially allows local governments to make local infrastructure and administrative choices that are best for their communities. But additionally, what this bill is actually does is take that away from them. So this bill cuts out a co-equal branch of our government and only specifically lists the legislative and executive branches, pulling out the judicial branch. And so
Exactly.
in separating powers by this and cutting out the judiciary, how do we solve an issue when municipalities or parents or students want to challenge what the legislative or the executive has done,
Well,
if we don't allow them to access that third co-equal branch of government?
and not just that, but I'm sorry, but I'm not really sure what the plan is if this were to pass. That's part of my whole question, and that's what I was hoping that I would get an answer to. I just don't know why. I mean, I know why the bill was brought forward, because people are annoyed that the judicial branch said we should pay for education. But, or at least that's my thought as to why the bill, sorry, I don't know that for sure. But I can't ask that question either. So I'd be interested to know why and what the plan is. If this were to pass, then what's going to happen? I don't know.
Final follow-up, Mr. Chair.
follow. Yes.
So in your assessment as a member of the House Education Finance Committee and as a member of an elected school board, does this bill do anything to help students or resolve the chronic underfunding
No.
that communities are consistently bringing forward?
No.
Thank you.
And that that's why I was elected from the people in Pennacook, to find out about how I could help with education funding, given my role as school board chair, and I have 2 school board members here too, and how I could bring about help for the people in my district. It's tough to go before the people in the district every year and say, these are the funds that we need. We don't have a slush fund. Merrimack Valley has one of the lowest SAU, so don't tell me it's an SAU funding thing either. We have one of the lowest SAU cost per pupil in the state. So I know that that's not what the problem is. The problem is that I can't go to the people in my community and say, sorry, I need more money. And it's not for fluff. There's no fluff. We're doing away with things that we shouldn't be doing away with, programs that we should not be doing away with. Sorry, it's my soapbox.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you.
Could I draw your attention to page 2 of the bill, lines 14 through 16?
Mm-hmm.
So since we're told by Claremont 1 and 2 to define an adequate education, cost it, and pay for it, and then be accountable for it. We have had base adequacy, and then we've had 3 different kinds of differentiated aid. This bill changes that and includes the differentiated aid into the calculation of adequacy. Would you agree with me that just is a cosmetic change, inflates what seems to be adequacy, and is really kind of a shell game or voodoo math, but doesn't actually do anything to make improvements to property taxes?
Yes, I would agree. And I, again, want to say that I really would like some answers to how this bill is actually going to help funding in education. I don't understand. There's no explanation, and the maker of the bill didn't take any questions. So I'm concerned.
Follow up, please. Thank you. So I wonder if you are surprised or not surprised that there's no fiscal note on this bill, which suggests there is no change in state or local revenues or expenditures, leading me to conclude that it's really just a cosmetic change.
Yes. And I don't remember if 1815 had a financial note or not.
Yes, that one does, which we'll get to.
Yes.
And it basically says there's no change.
There's no change. Yes.
This bill, though, is the one we're talking about.
Right.
It does not have an FN. And so doesn't that suggest that, that's my question, that we're talking about a cosmetic change, making it look like we're meeting what the Superior Court suggested would be the right levels, but actually doing nothing.
Nothing. And I liked your shell game. I see this as a shell game. Just moving stuff around and not doing anything.
Could I have one final thought?
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you. On page 1 of the bill, lines 21 through 23, there was discussion in the Senate during a session, oh God, a month or 2 ago, time flies,
When you're having fun.
about how we could basically ignore court decisions we didn't like. And I think I'm putting words in your mouth,
Yes, you are.
but
Yeah, but I,
the thought that I think we were left with. Do you see this as cutting out, this bill is cutting out the court's responsibility to interpret
yes.
the Constitution?
Yes, and even if Senator Murphy did not say that
Exactly that.
he could
Did not
ignore.
paraphrase.
There are other legislators who have said that they could ignore court decisions. So I think that it's a common refrain.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Senator Lang.
Thank you very much. So I'm glad to have another finance person here. I serve on finance here in the Senate as well. So are you familiar when we do education funding, the left side versus the right side of the formula page that we work with?
Okay. So familiar, heard about it. Yes. Totally understand it. No. It's only been a year, and I think it's going to take longer than a year to understand the right side and the left side of the formula. I mean, you can, I don't know, you can tell me if you think it's going to take more than a year.
So again, in the funding formula, as you may or may not know, last term, I rewrote the education funding formula using the same spreadsheet we've been using for years to calculate. And the right side and the left side. The right side deals with base funding, free and reduced additional funding, special education funding, and then English as a second learning language funding that we do. Those are 4 base modifiers that we use on the left side. Left side. On the opposite side is where we have the differentiated aid, where we deal with things like the calculation of the number of free and reduced students in a district as compared to their equalized valuation to kind of come up with their ability to pay, right? And we give them bonus dollars, if you will, if we recognizing that not every community in New Hampshire is the same. We have some poor economic communities that need a little additional help in education in order to be able to meet the burden. Then the second differential aid that we're talking about is where we dealt with basically middle class, where we have a high number of students and an average number of equalized valuation, and be able to give them some help because they're not high net worth communities, right? So would it surprise you to know that not only did the court not look at the differential aid at all in what we do, but they only looked at the other side, the 4 modifiers, and didn't even look at all 4 modifiers. They only looked at one line in the 4 modifiers. Would it surprise you to learn that Claremont decision is based on one line, had 6 different funding mechanisms I just talked about. They used one line to make their determination. Does that surprise you?
I think that they looked at base funding, and I think that that was what they dealt with, was base funding, and they left the differentiated. My understanding of the decision was that they left the differentiated aid to the legislature to figure out how to fund that. That was my understanding of how it worked.
Follow, Mr. Chair? So do you understand that in cities like Claremont, which we recognize have a little less ability to raise taxes due to the nature of their community and the economic values in their community, that looking only at one side of the formula, it looks like we don't give them any money. And they get the base aid would be, again, adding those 3 modifiers together, a fairly small number, $6,000 or something like that would be the average base aid per pupil. However, when you look at the other side of the formula, recognizing trying to get the state allowing them to give an adequate education, their per pupil revenue goes up to over $13,000 per pupil in an effort. So it's not even the 73,6501 that the court ordered. They get over $13,000 per pupil because of the differential aid. Does that surprise you that they would still sue saying they're not getting enough money?
No, because they're not getting enough money.
But $13,000 is not enough money?
Obviously not.
Okay. Last.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, do you think that all state dollars spent on education is for the purpose of delivering an education to children in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes.
So, given that thought, do you think that all money spent in education should be used the basis of defining how much aid is given and what total aid looks like?
So can you
Sure, I'll
rephrase?
restate. So
Yeah.
we've agreed that all money we expend, the $1.1 billion in aid, is for the purpose of providing an education to the children of New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
So shouldn't that be the number we use when we figure out not just a single line item in the budget?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Think-
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking a second question. With respect to accounting mechanisms and how they can be changed at any time. What brought this about, and I think we do have, unfortunately, the bill's sponsor would not take questions, but we do have some quotes from her before she filed this bill. But what's really important here, and I wanted to ask your opinion on Judge Ruoff's November 2023 court order saying that our RSA is unconstitutional on its face in finding that base adequacy of $4,100 per student falls below the constitutional minimum of $7,300. And do you recall, since you are part of the education funding leadership in your community and here in the state, do you recall the conversations and the discrepancies between the first Claremont suit, where no numbers were given, and just the judgment that indeed the funding mechanism was unconstitutional and that the legislature should fix it? And this most recent ruling where we were challenged to fix it for 30 years. And since nothing happened, the judge said, okay, since you seem to be incapable of coming up with the number, we're going to give you a very low. And in fact, I believe the court referenced that the cost is even higher, but give you this base number. Do you recall that we had to go through 30 years of lawsuits just to get a number for the legislature to take action on something?
Are you referring to how old I am and how long I've been in education?
I wasn't insinuating.
Because I started teaching in 1983. So yes, I am. I do recall the whole. I've been in education for a long time, and it has been struggling financially for a very long time. I have been hoping that the legislature and the state would come up with with a fix. And they didn't. And when I retired, I decided that it was time for me to figure out how to help come up with a fix. And that's why I ran. And that's why I'm here. So I believe that the judge said that the 7,000 was a very small amount. He felt it was much higher. And so, I mean, I think it was over 10,000, which means that the 13,000 that Claremont is getting is obviously still not enough. So, and although he did not say anything about, I think he did not say anything about the differentiated aid so much. He didn't give any numbers to the differentiated aid. I think he left that up to the legislature. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Rosenwald, if you must.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Nope.
But my-
Sorry, Senator.
I'm sorry, I thought it was my.
It is your prerogative to ask the question.
Prerogative.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I read this bill, it occurs to me that it's an attempt to avoid the responsibility of what looks like an extra $536 million a year in education funding on the state level. Do you agree with that or not?
It is a way for the state to not put put any more money forward. And I understand that revenue is down, but there are things that need to happen in revenue. There are things that have happened recently that have caused our revenue to go down, and maybe that's something that we need to revisit. If we're going to revisit how we fund education, maybe we need to revisit how we raise revenues.
Thank you. One more if I
Yes, ma'am.
may.
You may.
Thank you. Are you aware that employers routinely come before the legislature and say, in order to build our workforce, we need a well-educated group of individuals that are sufficiently educated and ready to join our companies?
Yes, and I also am lucky enough to sit on the CTE advisory board. So in the state, so I have, there are a number of employers and employer organizations that are concerned about education and how we fund it, and also how we fund CTE, but that doesn't have anything to do with this bill.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for granting me that prerogative.
Yes, ma'am. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Bricky.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire. Representative Lynn, out of respect for your time, I want to let you know we have 15 speakers between us, where we are now, and your bill introduction.
So would you like to go first?
He's not signed up,
I
but
didn't sign up.
he certainly has the.
Sign up for 1815. Oh, no, go ahead. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. These two bills today, the Senate bill and the House bill, are absolutely identical. And so I will only speak on this one. And I guess since imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, I believe ours was filed first. So anyways, and the primary author of these bills is Representative Lynn. So, but what I'll say is this bill, I think, or at least for me as a co-sponsor of the House bill, is a reaction to the Claremont decisions, which were wrongly decided. I was sitting here just idly writing down, reasons why they were wrongly decided. I'm up to 9 at the moment, but just the whole. I'll sort of start with just one. Well, the bill itself has one, which is I don't believe has ever been argued in court, which is about us being a Dillon's rule state. So unlike, for example, Massachusetts, in New Hampshire, the towns and the school districts and the counties are political subdivisions of the state. They cannot make law on their own. So in a place like Massachusetts that's not a Dillon's rule state, an individual city or town could decide, we'll ban smoking indoors or make any law they want. In New Hampshire, it has to be that the law, the RSAs, the legislature, allows towns to make certain decisions and allows them to take certain acts and so on. Same thing with school districts and all that. And personally, I think that was a wise decision by our founders so that we have a uniformity of law throughout the state and we don't have seriously different business regulations or building codes or whatever from place to place. We have some kind of uniformity. So this whole idea that somehow the towns are a separate part of, they're their own government, they are to the extent that the state has allowed them to be. Right, and the bill itself, the main part of the bill, the first section, is that the state has created a system of education that includes local parts and state parts and so on, and it's part of a single whole. And I don't think that has ever been argued in court and so on. So that's one of the reasons why Claremont is incorrectly decided, in my opinion. But I want to talk about, I'll just mention one of my other reasons, which is, I think, even more fundamental. And that is the notion that somehow the court is the only arbiter of what the Constitution means. And that's simply incorrect. The Constitution could have said so, right? The Constitution lists the powers of the court. The Constitution could have said that the court has the, ultimate authority on what the Constitution means. Our oaths that we take to the Constitution of both the United States and the state could have said, as interpreted by the New Hampshire Supreme Court. They don't say that at all. And the history of how the New Hampshire Constitution was created sort of belies the fact that people somehow have the notion that the Constitution is a complicated legal document, that you need esoteric legal knowledge to interpret it and read it and so on. Well, the history of the New Hampshire Constitution is completely opposite of that. I'm sure you're all familiar with CACRs. Well, CACRs weren't implemented in the Constitution until the 1960s. So for the first 200 years almost of the Constitution, the only way that the Constitution was changed and edited, and it had been done many times, including our $200 per session pay, for example, is by conventions of the people, right? So the people got together, decided they wanted to change the Constitution, put it on the ballot themselves, and voted for it. The way the Constitution was written originally, there was a committee that created a draft. The draft went to town meetings. People in town meetings looked at the draft, they discussed it, they voted on it, and they voted it down, okay? And they sent comments back to the committee. The committee made changes, came up the next year with a second draft. Second draft went to town meetings. Town meetings looked at it, discussed it, decided what to do. They voted it down, okay? And then finally, the third time was the charm, and they voted for it. And that's how we got a Constitution. And all changes to that Constitution from that point until 1960s, when we got CACRs, was done by the people. So it's the people who read it and understood it and knew what it said. It's not some kind of crazy legal document that you need to go to law school to figure out, okay? And I'm happy to take questions.
Representative, I have one question. Do you believe a court may legitimately order a legislator to vote against that person's oath?
Absolutely.
To vote against the person's oath? Can a court order a legislator to vote in opposition to his oath?
Yeah, obviously not. Yeah.
I think so. Thank you for the answer. Any further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm going to ask you my questions as you are also a co-sponsor of an identical bill.
Absolutely.
I'm going to maybe make a leap that you're not going to stay for the second bill to do this all over again. So this is our chance.
I do have other things to do, so I would have preferred, I appreciate it.
Yeah. There's our chance to have that conversation with you. So you had a lot of your testimony was around the Supreme Court, and I just made some notes because I have heard you speak about this issue previously. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has repeatedly confirmed the judiciary's role in enforcing the right to an adequate education. The court has stated the judiciary has a responsibility to ensure that constitutional rights not be hollowed out, and in the absence of action by other branches, a judicial remedy is not only appropriate, but essential. So the court has established, and this is and this is in reference to the fact that we are a Dillon's Law state. This legislation, do you believe that this legislation would open the door for the state to have the opportunity to reduce adequacy payments to $1 per child and still be compliant with the law? Because I believe the phrase is the sum total calculated under paragraph 2 shall be computed toward the cost of an adequate education. So would this allow for the legislature to just allot $1 per child at some point or another?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me answer it this way.
Yeah.
The whole concept of adequate education is something that came in under the first Claremont decision. And I've already said it was incorrectly ruled, right? It was incorrectly created. Let's step back and talk a little bit about property tax and education and stuff. So the state has a wide variety of wealth and property from place to place. Probably when the state was first created, when 90% of everybody was a farmer, right? There wasn't as much variation in property and ability to pay and so on from place to place. Today, we have community, the poorest community in the state is Claremont. They have about $110,000 of taxable property per capita. The wealthiest community of the state that's of any size is Newcastle. They have about $1.6 million worth of taxable property per capita. Okay? So we're talking about close to a 15-to-1 ratio of ability of places to raise property taxes compared to other places, right? And so I think that the state's education spending should be there to fill in the gaps, all right? I don't think we should send any money to Newcastle, all right? Newcastle clearly has the resources to educate their children, to pave their roads, to whatever, right? I personally introduced a bill, didn't pass this year, to not send any rooms and meals tax money to Newcastle, right? Because they have, of all the places in the state, they have the most resources, okay? And there are other places that are similar, right? So what I think the state should do with money it sends to towns and to school districts for education is to not help Newcastle, not help Moultonborough, not help those kind of places, but to have extra help to places like Claremont. And that's what we do with the formula. Senator Lang mentioned the formula. That's what we do in the formula. We look at the resources of different places. We look at the expenses of different places because we have the concept, for example, that special ed kids are more expensive than non, that free and reduced lunch kids are more expensive than not, and so on. So we do that. And I think if the courts were out of this process, we would do it even more. The only other thing I want to say about this is this concept that somehow we're underfunding education. That's simply not true, okay? New Hampshire spends more on education than 44 other states, all right? So there are 5 that spend more per kid than we do and 44 that spend less, including some that spend half as much as we do and still get very good results like we do. So the whole argument here that somehow $1 from the state is different or better or something than $1 raised locally, doesn't make sense. I personally am in favor of making the statewide property tax, for example, uniform. I've lost that argument in the House, but I would continue to make it. So I hope that answers the question.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, so with reference to the testimony you just gave, if this were to pass, would the state would now be in a position and of changing how it gives any money to any municipality? So could the state reduce funding to $1 per student to Claremont in the future if it wanted to under this formula, under this bill? Is that a possibility?
I think I've answered the question the way I want to answer it. I'm sorry if the words that come out of my mouth aren't the ones you want to hear, but I think that how the state. Look, I'm a longtime member of the Finance Committee in the House, and I think it's our responsibility and what our constituents elect us to do is to control the resources that the state gets by taxes. And we do that as intelligently and as thoughtfully as we possibly can. All right. And I think we do a pretty good job of it. I'll tell you another statistic, right? I told you we're the 6th highest spending state on education. We are the cheapest state government in the country, right? The cost of our state government per capita is the lowest of all 50 states. So clearly we are using the people's resources very well on the spending that we control. All right. Part of the problem with property tax is we decide it's not a budget in the way that the state budget is a budget, right? The state budget is a budget because we find out how much we have to spend and then we decide how to allocate it. In the case of property tax and local spending, they decide what to spend, and then they raise that amount of money. You see, it's unlimited in that way, and that's part of why spending is so high.
Can I follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Thank you for remaining to take some questions. This bill reframes education funding as a shared responsibility, but then it doesn't go further to define what the state's share should be or how it should meet that responsibility. So how can we define a shared responsibility when we have not put in a floor or a ceiling or anything in between? And we're just completely lacking specificity, which brings me back. And so I'd like to know how that's established, because I think in the answer to your previous question, it could be reinterpreted with each legislature, which means that at some point, Claremont could, in another legislative iteration, have their funding brought down to $1 per student. So
All right, thank you for
how
the
do we
question.
do the shared
So, I
responsibility
understand.
without definition?
Okay, so this bill does not repeal RSA 198. RSA 198 is school money. That's what defines adequate education, all the different components, the left side, the right side of the formula, all that sort of stuff. And so all that stuff is still there, and it's looked at every year. Every single budget looks at that, decides how much we're going to spend, all that sort of stuff. And so that will certainly continue. I mean, it was there prior to Claremont, right? I mean, it wasn't there as adequate education in that sense, But the state, way prior to Claremont, gave assistance to school districts around the state. So, the idea that somehow legislators are going to be indifferent to schools, or, we have more bills about schools than anything else in the state, right? I mean,
True.
anyway.
Yeah. And a last follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow-up.
So you have stated repeatedly in your testimony that in your opinion, the Claremont decision was decided wrongly.
Yes.
So this bill seems, though, to be part of a coordinated effort, because the state, at the same time that is looking to redefine how we fund education, has filed for an appeal with the Supreme Court to overturn the Claremont rulings altogether. So how do these work hand in hand? If the courts are not doing the job that you think they should, why are you asking them to overturn their decision that they consistently over 30 years keep bringing the same philosophical reading of our Constitution forward? Why bother with them? Or is this bill just cutting them out altogether going to solve that problem?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer what's the current legal status of what's going on with the court and that sort of thing. I don't think you've quite characterized the legal case between the state and other parties quite correctly in that question. And so, but I will leave that to Representative Lynn. I think he's much more on top of exactly what's the status of, what's going on with the courts and how the state is approaching it and some of that kind of stuff.
Senator Rosenbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question.
Absolutely.
I was right there with you on rooms and meals.
You were one of the few Senate co-sponsors I had. I appreciate it.
I may have been the only Senate co-sponsor. But this bill, the way I read it, does not accomplish what you've said you think should be the situation, that we send no money to the wealthier property value towns. It just basically says lump all the differentiated in with base adequacy and let's call it a day and go home, because all of a sudden we're spending tons of money without a fiscal note. Am I correct that it doesn't do what you think we should be doing?
Thank you for the question. So I think that it's possible that as a result of this bill, the Supreme Court will realize their mistake and get out of this issue. Okay. And so what happens from that point, if that were to occur, and what would happen from that point forward, is this is not a comprehensive spending bill of any kind, right? I mean, that whole thing, how we change, or if we change RSA 198, that's going to be up to future budgets and other decision makers and so on, right? So it's not, again, you're thinking of it as if this bill passes, all of a sudden the check that gets sent to Claremont or Newcastle or whatever changes. No. It doesn't do that at all, right? So, this is more about a dialogue with the courts and what we think and what they think and some of that, right? So,
thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Lai.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative McGuire, for taking my question. So I know you also sit on finance, and you and I have had a back and forth when we're dealing with education funding and the spreadsheets and the left side,
Absolutely.
the right side. And again, it's why I again amended was a conversation with you to deal with the middle class towns that other differentiated aid rather than just being relying on free and reduced. So my question is this: does it surprise you? No. Again, in the formula that we talk about, we have the base aid and the FNR aid, the special ed aid, and the English as a second language. At least since I've been in the legislature, we've never reduced that number. It's only gone up, not down.
That's correct.
And the last question I have, does it also surprise you? We have an automatic built into the law increase in all four of those metrics that go to universally to all schools. That there's and I don't remember it's CPI, but there's an index that we use that says that if you don't change the law, by default, these numbers are going to increase anyway to deal with costing increases and things like that. Does it surprise you to learn we have that built into the law as well?
It doesn't, I'm not sure I could pick out where that is, but we do adjust we look at those numbers and adjust them all the time, right? So we wouldn't have a budget out of Division II of Finance without detailed look at all those kind of things. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. DeMark, Richard DeMark. Oh,
Good morning.
morning.
Members of the Senate Education Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Richard DeMark, for the record. I've resided in New Hampshire for 57 years and I'm a taxpayer in Meredith, New Hampshire. I offer this testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 659, and these will apply to House Bill 1815 as well. I'm deeply concerned about rising property taxes and the future of public education in New Hampshire. These bills would rewrite parts of New Hampshire's education funding law. These bills would change how the state defines an adequate education, redefine the relationship between the state and local communities in funding schools, and limit the role of courts in ensuring the state meets its constitutional obligations, in my opinion. While taxpayers all over New Hampshire are begging the legislature to help lower their property taxes, these two bills would place an even heavier burden on us all. These bills do not clarify the law. Instead, they're workarounds that attempt to shift responsibility away from the state and onto local cities and towns. At my town meeting 2 nights ago, I presented a petition warrant article that was overwhelmingly passed. The article had one purpose: to send a message to Concord with a simple message to our legislators and governor. That message that we're tired of downshifting costs to our cities and towns, and we're tired of the legislature reducing and eliminating important sources of state-level tax revenues that result in severe downshifting of cost onto cities and towns. These bills contain concerning language and changes. Perhaps the most troubling is the language that describes education funding as a shared responsibility between the state and local communities. That sounds reasonable at first, but these bills do not define what the state's share must be. In fact, as written, the state could technically contribute $1 and still claim it's meeting its obligation. Therefore, what would stop the state from reducing its share even further and pushing more of the burden on the property taxpayer? Your track record to date does not give me any comfort to that question. These bills do not reduce reliance on property taxes. They do not increase state funding for public education, and they do not provide any property tax relief at all. Instead, they change the legal framework around education funding in ways that would allow the state to step back from its responsibility. They rewrite the law instead of working to comply with the rulings of the court and demands of your constituents. Last year, 30,000 people signed on in opposition to House Bill 283, a bill that attempted to weaken the definition of an adequate education. That response showed clearly that New Hampshire residents do not want the school funding crisis addressed by lowering standards or shifting responsibility away from the state. So I ask, if these bills do not lower property taxes and do not increase school funding, what problem are they actually solving? I've organized local forums on public school funding and property taxes in my town. And what I'm hearing all over New Hampshire are residents asking for real solutions. Solutions to provide property tax relief and ensure the state meets its constitutional responsibility to fund public education. From where I sit, I view these bills as one more way for the state to retreat from its responsibilities in public education. I believe it's the goal of many in this legislature to eliminate the state's role in public education and many aspects of our civil society altogether. For these reasons, I urge this committee to vote Senate Bill 659 and 1815, House Bill, inexpedient to legislate, and instead focus on fixing our broken education system. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Ms. Springer, Mary Ann Springer. Welcome.
Thank you. I live in Danville and I am a member of the Timberlane Regional School District, although I'm here just as an individual. Many of the things I was going to say have been said, so I'll try and abbreviate, but I'm not good at off the cuff, so bear with me. I strongly oppose this bill. Although school districts have been authorized by the state, they were not created by the state. School districts and other local government entities are separately governed, administered, and staffed by local communities. These local entities have never been defined as extensions of state government. It is perverse to consider local property taxes to be part of state funding for an adequate education or for any other municipal purpose. Local property taxes fund 70 to 80% of the school district budget. A significant portion of the budget is driven by state mandates, including those that are passed down from federal mandates. Local taxpayers have no choice but to continually add funding since the school district cannot refuse to comply. This is happening despite the fact that the New Hampshire State Constitution does not allow unfunded mandates. So others have talked about the system of shared responsibility, which in the bill says allows local governments to make the local infrastructure and administrative choices that are best for their particular communities. There's not a shared responsibility here. Shared responsibility would be a partnership between the state and the local governing body, but the local government body is at the mercy of the state. Property taxes are our only mechanism to fund the ever-growing gap between the cost of those required education services and state aid. Within a cooperative school district, individual towns cannot make the local infrastructure and administrative choices that would be best for their town when the residents are overburdened by school property taxes. I heard Senator Lang, you talking about the differentiation aid to some communities. I can tell you in Danville, there are people leaving our town because they can't afford their property taxes, and 80% of that bill is related to education. The sentence on page 2, lines 14 and 15, that the sum total collected under paragraph 2 shall be computed toward the cost of an adequate education. This is clearly attempting to absolve the state of responsibility for funding an adequate education, passes the buck to local school districts. It formalizes the state's intention to provide minimal financial support by saying it's merely a part of the cost of an adequate education, whereas in the current RSA language, the state contribution is considered to be the cost of an adequate education. Structuring these RSAs to consider local property taxes to be state funds is logically and fundamentally wrong. Thank you, and if you have questions, I'm happy.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Springer. Chair recognizes Mr. Newcomb. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Senators, for hearing my testimony today. I'm here in opposition to SB 659 and also HB 1815. So my name is Dr. James Newcomb, a resident of Henniker. I'm also chair of the John Stark School Board. And John Stark is part of a multi-district SAU, which includes actually 4 different school boards. So we have an SAU-wide school board, and I'm vice chair of that. That encompasses 18 board members who range the political spectrum. And so I'm speaking on behalf of the entire SAU 24 board in opposition to this bill. We are concerned about the language that others have mentioned, that in regards to adequacy and what the subsequent opportunity would be for the legislature to continue to downshift costs to local taxpayers. And as has already been raised, in fact, by the last speaker, this is happening while there is a concomitant increase in the demands from the state about what we on the school board have to do. So local schools, well, as an example, just last year, 24-25, the state legislature passed 50 bills that required our SAU and the school board to take action. And there was no increased money given to us, and that is an unfunded mandate. And so I would like to, we're just concerned that the concept of local control over education is really at this point becoming a myth. As a school board, we are beholden to the state. We have the requirements that are handed by the state, and then we have to fund that. And increasingly, property taxes are becoming the sole measure by doing that. And in communities such as encompassed with Ruth Ward's, who's in our district, property taxes continue to climb. We recommend that this committee send these bills as inexpedient to legislate. And we do encourage the committee and the legislature to work collaboratively with each other and also those of us in the trenches doing the work and raising the local property taxes to address the public funding situation in New Hampshire, the funding situation for public education. We would be happy to participate in that process, and we think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Doctor. So you were in the room when I was talking about the left-hand, right-hand formula and the spending. Do you agree that the money that the state spends, the full $1.1 billion for the purpose to educate children, and should be included in the conversation and not just one line like the Supreme Court determined?
I believe, wait a minute, rephrase that?
Sure. So again, the state spends in our adequacy formula over $1.1 billion in
Yep.
funding to go back to municipalities and cities and districts to fund education.
Mhm.
Do you think that should be the number we look at? Or should we just look at, as the Supreme Court did, one line and said, this number is the alone, ignoring all the other spending you're doing. This one line has to be increased. Do you think we should look at adequacy as how much money the state spends? We don't even talk about things like security grants that we give schools that are outside adequacy that helps provide an education to a child by securing schools that we give the districts beyond that $1 billion. So again, my question is, do you think we should be looking at that $1 billion saying this is what the state's providing for the purpose of providing education to a child?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Senator Lang. Thank you. I would say, as a school board member who's trying to get budgets together to do everything that the state legislature is demanding that we do, that the money that we get, whatever the amount right now, it's not enough.
But again, what this bill does is try to set that standard, saying $1.1 billion is the state's effort to educate. Right? It defines adequacy, and it says that when you're looking at adequacy, the funding formula shall include the differentiated, the other side of the formula, plus all the other metrics that are in that RSA 189, 183 E2, as well as the 198 40A, right? That's the formula. And it says the formula should include all, right? Don't you think that should be part of the conversation and be saying, this is the money we're spending, this is the definition of adequacy, and this is the amount, this is the definition of what the state's spending on that number?
In all respects, Senator Lang, this bill does more than just that. This bill doesn't do just that, right? And so, there are things about this bill beyond just that are very troubling. And it's been brought up before, the stuff on page 2 about the sum total calculated shall be computed toward the cost. That's extremely alarming language because it opens the door, regardless of what the amount that you give now, it opens the door for you to do whatever you would like. You could take that formula that you're talking about right now, you could chuck it out the window.
Thank you. Any further questions? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the language about including all of this differentiated aid into the calculation of adequacy, would that be more helpful to school districts if every school district got an equal share of that differentiated aid, which doesn't occur now? And I ask this from the perspective of Nashua, which does get significant funding, differentiated aid funding, but I don't know that Henniker has as many English language learners or free and reduced lunch students or special ed students as Nashua does. So I guess my question is, does the language on page 2, starting on line 14, suggest that all communities would get this higher amount, which when in fact only some communities do?
I think what that language says is they could choose to do that, but they could choose to do something very different.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tobin.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak with you. And I also want to thank you for your public service as legislators. It's a lot of time and sacrifice for not much compensation monetarily. Thank you for doing it. My name is John Tobin. I'm a resident of Concord. I'm 76 years old. My children all went to public schools in New Hampshire. I'm a mostly retired lawyer, and I've lived in New Hampshire for 50 years. I was also part of the legal team representing school districts, homeowners, parents, and students in the Claremont case. And now I am one of the lawyers representing the plaintiff property owners and taxpayers in the Rand school funding case. I'm here today to speak to you in opposition to this bill. First of all, as other people have alluded to, this bill pretends that the New Hampshire Constitution doesn't exist. Second, it ignores the most pressing and urgent concern that your constituents have and the tens of thousands of voters have about school funding, the ever-rising and grossly disproportionate burden of school property taxes caused by the state's failure to provide sufficient state funding to our public schools. In fact, the escape route that this bill purports to provide will almost certainly increase the burden. As other people have mentioned, this bill gives the legislature in the future the opportunity to lower its share, just so long as it has some share, so that it has at least a token share. You and I all know that your constituents want you to do something about property taxes. That's a very high concern. The bill ignores two bedrock constitutional principles about school funding that have always been part of our Constitution. First, it's the state's duty to fund the core components of public education. The state can delegate the administration of the schools, many policy choices about curriculum, school structure, etc. But the funding of the core responsibility is the state's obligation, period, full stop. And second, whatever combination or tax you all pick, and you have the right to pick, you have total authority in terms of picking revenue sources. Whatever you pick in terms of raising revenue, the tax or taxes must be levied at the same rate across the state. And again, let me be clear. The revenue streams or the combination of revenue streams that can be used to raise this money those are policy choices left to you as legislators. But the rate must be the same across the state. And where we sit now is the state contributes so little that local property taxpayers are filling in the gap, and they're doing that at rates that vary greatly from Moulton Borough to Berlin and all in between. Everyone in this room knows, including my friend, former Judge Lynn, that as a matter of basic civics, the legislature cannot amend or abolish a provision of the Constitution by writing a statute. That's what this bill attempts to do. I really appreciated the phrase that Representative McGuire used about wanting to have a dialogue with the courts. That's exactly what should happen in our constitutional framework. But the Constitution provides a way to do that. If you think the courts have made a mistake in interpreting a statute, you all can amend the statute. If you think the courts have made a mistake in interpreting the Constitution, you can try to or amend the Constitution. You can't simply decide that you don't like a court order and so you won't obey it. That's not what the Constitution provides, and that's not a dialogue with the courts. The bill tries to offload the state's constitutional obligation onto local districts with vague language about integrated systems and shared responsibility and flexibility. But in many ways, this bill is an attempt to pretend that there are no constitutional requirements, that there's no guardrails that you have to follow in designing the school system. And the last section of the bill, section 2, the last sentence in that section really gives this away by saying that all these decisions are entirely up to the legislative branch and the governor. And many of them are. The choice of revenue, those decisions are up to you, provided the rate is the same. But you have to operate within a constitutional framework, and that means you have to support public schools at a sufficient level. As other people have alluded to, this bill would essentially allow the legislature in future years to change the current formula and lower the amounts to one and still be able to say they were sharing responsibility. And again, this bill will not do anything about property taxes. It will not do anything about property taxes. There's nothing in it that gives any property tax relief. With all due respect, I think that's what your constituents want you to do first and foremost on the school funding issue. This bill will only accelerate the hardships and the inequities in that system. The Constitution and the court decisions enforcing it say it's the state's duty to provide a comprehensive public education and to pay for it with taxes, whatever ones you choose, that are assessed at the same rate on homeowners in Rye or in Claremont. You can't amend the Constitution by changing the statute. And you can't avoid your duties to taxpayers and to taxpayers' students by pretending they're not there. Please vote this bill and the other bill, House Bill 1815 as ITL, and then with all due respect, please get back to the work of doing what your constituents want you to do and what the court has very respectfully asked you to do, which is to figure out a way to raise money to support schools that complies with the Constitution. I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Tobin? Senator Rosenbaum.
Thank you. I'm happy to finally have an attorney testify. But as a member of the fiscal committee for a long time, I get the annual report from the Department of Justice on litigation expenses, and it's everything. It names like individuals. It's really granular. Do you think this bill will lead to less litigation on the issue, continued litigation, or more litigation?
Well, I think that in some ways the bill answers the question by pretending that those constitutional guardrails don't exist, and saying that the obligation to support schools is shared, but we're not going to say how much is our share and how much is the local share. So that's not good lawmaking, because you have a vague standard, and judges struggle with, and people, constituents, real world people struggle when the law is vague and when it's contradictory. And this bill would leave a situation where the state's responsibility is very muddled. It's a share. What does that mean? What does that mean? So that muddled laws and vague laws are an invitation to more litigation.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Light.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. We've had a couple of questions.
Nice to
I think we've had a few exchanges.
Yes, we have. Thank you very much.
And so my question is pretty basic, right? So if we follow the court decision, right? We follow the most recent Ruoff decision. We said the $4,365, I think it is, and 1 cent. The cost of an adequate education for every child in the state of New Hampshire, and did away with all other differentiated aid that treats towns differently because their ability to raise taxes. We just set a flat figure of $7,365.01 met the court order. What would happen to our communities?
Well, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea.
Great, but I'll let you continue.
I don't think that's a good idea. And I guess I wouldn't even want to defend that as an idea.
But may I follow up? But again, yeah, that's exactly what the court ruled, not looking at how we deal with the ability of a community to pay and raise taxes with differentiated aid and special education aid. The court didn't look at that. They just said $7,365.58 is the cost of an adequate education that the state's obligated to pay, ignoring all of it. So
Actually,
Claremont would get crushed.
What the court did was it didn't say none of that other aid counts for anything. It said that in the category that you all have picked for the sort of core category of funding, the basic grant for every student, it just looked at that piece of it and said that piece of it is not enough. It didn't say anything about the other pieces being bad policy or well-funded. It didn't look at that. So if you try to say that the court just tossed those out, they didn't toss them out. That wasn't what the Conval plaintiffs put in their case. And I guess I can tell you that in the Rand case that I'm involved in, we did ask the court to consider the 3 differentiated aid pieces. And the court did decide that the special ed piece of that was underfunded significantly, in addition to the base aid being underfunded. The other thing that the Judge Ruoff did in the Rand Superior Court decision, which is now on appeal, is, people like to say the judges read the newspapers. Well, the Judge Ruoff read the opinion in the Conval case where there was a dissent about not considering the other pieces of differentiated aid. So he did consider that. He looked at the numbers and he said, even if you add in the differentiated aid, the money's still not enough because, as you probably know, on average, all of those differentiated aid categories don't produce in every school district more than about, it's less than $2,000 per student. So instead of $4,100, you add those things together and you average them out, maybe it's $6,000, and the average spending in the state is over $20,000. So, and sort of following up on your earlier questions, if you put all the money that the state spends on every different kind of school aid, and some of them are, as you know, very unreliable. Building aid up, building aid gone. all the other, extraordinary need grants here today, maybe gone tomorrow. It's not very reliable. But even if you put all that in, it's still not enough because the rest of that is not very much money in the aggregate spread around.
But again, I think I'm going to go back to the agreement we have. We both seem to share. Setting a single number statewide, universally for every town, irrespective of its ability to raise taxes or not raise taxes, is a bad idea.
That's for the base. It's the base. And I think that any educator in the world would say special ed kids cost more, kids in poverty cost more, and English language learner costs more. And you all said, yes, they do. You just didn't put enough money into it. And I would urge you to continue to look at those categories and talk to people about what they cost. Special ed, the average expenditure in New Hampshire on special ed is about $30,000 a year per kid. So the special ed differentiated aid is like a tenth of that, maybe a little more than a tenth. So it's not very much. Differentiated aid is real. It should happen. The state just needs to put more money into it.
Last question. So again, as a follow-up, you agree, though, that in looking at how much money the state spends on education, all of that money is for the purpose of educating children in the state of New Hampshire?
It's for different purposes. It's for different purposes, all in the education category.
Thank you. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin, for taking my question. I appreciate you expanding on the Rand case and the additional spending, such as in special education, that the court found that the state lacks. Could you, bless you, by the way, could you give us a little primer on the pre-existing duty rule so that we, that my fear is that this proposed public policy would shift us away from our duties to fund education, in that it would allow for what I had brought up earlier, that we could, with a new legislature, with new members of the finance committee, with new charts and graphs and new ways of wanting to do, do the numbers, we could be reducing down to $1. And does the core idea that if we have a legal or contractual duty to perform, like fund an adequate education, we can't shift that and just change the law?
Well, the core duty comes from the Constitution. Mm-hmm. And the Constitution can always be changed. It can be changed, and it has been changed. Since the Claremont cases, there has been a fair amount of talk in this place about changing it to undo them. The legislators long before any of you served talked about that because they didn't like the decision. But it never happened. And you can't ignore it or decide that you're going to be selective about what decisions you obey. You have the path to amend the Constitution. You have the path, if you don't like what the court says about what a statute means, to change it. But you can't. That's a duty in the Constitution now. It's been there for a long time. I really don't think that the people of New Hampshire want to say that the state government doesn't have an obligation to educate its kids. I think that's a proposition that your constituents would disagree with.
May I follow up? So would you agree that, or disagree, or just expound on whether the separation of powers issue that this bill proposes to cut the judiciary out of the equation altogether doesn't square with the concept of judicial review?
Yes, I mean, judicial review is limited. And if you read Judge Ruoff's decisions, and if you read the Claremont decisions, the judges are really mindful that they're not legislators. They don't want to be legislators. They want you all to make the decisions. And the Conval number it's really clear. It's just a very tentative benchmark. It's a place to start. I think in some ways what he was saying was, he doesn't want the legislature to come back and say, oh, you don't like 4,100? How about 4,200? I think he was trying to give you a benchmark, a realistic benchmark to work with. He wasn't saying that's the number. And if you actually read the decision, he said that about 8 ways. He said the final decision is yours.
May I follow up? Oh, thank you. So rather than solving this issue, Senate Bill 659, and by extension, its companion bill, despite carving the judiciary out of the equation altogether, in your opinion, doesn't it just invite more lawsuits?
Well, under the current constitution we have, the legislature can't carve the judiciary out of assessing claims about whether the Constitution's being followed. It just doesn't, that can't happen. So it's an illusion to think that you could do that, and it's an illusion that would really ultimately invite more litigation, because you can't change the Constitution that way, and the judicial review is limited, and you all have the job, and the court doesn't have the job of making policy, but you can't simply just take them out of the picture entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to go back to something Representative McGuire said, which is that he thought the towns that had better ability to raise should be tasked with doing that, and that the property poor towns should not be doing that. I've been here long enough to remember when Governor Lynch tried to get the legislature to pass a CACR that would have allowed education funding to be based on financial need rather than educational need. And we, as representatives of our districts, said no to that. I guess my question is, if Representative McGuire's idea is correct, wouldn't we have to change the Constitution to allow us to not pay the same rate in Rye as in Claremont or Franklin or Allenstown or Pittsfield? Wouldn't we need to make that change?
Well, I guess I would just go back to the core educational duty. And I think one of the things that people have struggled with for a long time is understanding it's a state duty, and it's a duty that all of us owe to every kid in every town. And so the people in Rye or Moultonborough or Concord, where I live, or Nashua, where you live, not only do we have a responsibility for the kids in our town, they're all our kids, as the sociologists would say. They're all our kids, and people move around. And in my prior life, lots of clients, lots of moving around, different jobs, different places. And so we need to have a sense that these kids are all our kids, and we need to have a formula and a system that takes care of all of them, that reaches all of them. The notion of differentiated aid, in lots of ways, deals with the reality that there are more vulnerable populations in some schools. There are a lot of different issues and expenses in schools that vary. The transportation expense in Manchester is not the same as it is in White Mountain Regional. So the legislature can take all those things into account, and should, but we have a bedrock responsibility to all the kids. It's the state responsibility, and we should make sure that we don't lose sight of that. Mr. Chairman, I will spare you saying all the same things again in the hearing of the other bill, if that's okay with you.
That is certainly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Ms. Miriam Cahill-Yeaton. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for having us speak. I am Miriam Cahill-Yetton, a resident and taxpayer in Epsom, New Hampshire. But more importantly, I am a senior citizen and a veteran who served over 20 years as a nurse and nurse practitioner in the Air Force. I am well trained to observe people, and I am here today to testify in opposition to both bills, 659 and 15, which I believe are similar and will both be heard this morning. I will not bore you with the list of all the things harmful that these bills can do. I hope you are all aware of them. Instead, I'm going to focus on what I see in my town. What I see in my town is people who are struggling. People from all walks of life are struggling to survive. They are struggling to pay their taxes, their rent, their mortgage, and to buy groceries, and also to pay their property taxes, which have doubled in many cases, many cases. These bills will not help any of those issues. We have longer lines at our town food pantry, which is started and run by volunteers. Seniors and young families are grateful to have that food pantry to turn to. My next door neighbors, my own next door neighbors, a couple each about 80 years old, had been able to live carefully on their small, fixed income earned as janitors up until now. Health issues and rising prices and taxes have forced them to get a mortgage on a house which they owned outright. That's just to live day to day. And they are not alone. Yes, well, today, but it's now yesterday, I went to the town clerk's office and learned that they had just sent out over 250 lien notices for unpaid taxes from the bills that were due on December 18th. That's a lot of liens. It pains me as a nurse, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, for that matter, to see children in my town who come to school hungry. Teachers send their hungry kids to the school nurse who keeps snacks in her office for them. On weekends, the school sends backpacks home to help food insecure families. We try to take care of each other. So I did not tell you about all the bad effects of the two bills we are here to discuss. But I hope I have helped you understand the effects on the people who have elected you to serve them, only to be shafted by your wish to win a political battle with the judiciary instead. Rather than addressing the concerns of taxpayers and communities across New Hampshire, these bills rewrite the law and create loopholes that allow the state to avoid accountability for properly funding public education, and even worse, ignore the request of your constituents. Please focus on changing the way the state funds education overall and reducing property taxes in particular. That is what our towns need and expect you to provide. As an addendum, Representative McGuire talked about uniformity of law. Yes, we need that. But what we don't have is uniformity of resources. We don't have that in that state. And whatever is done have to address that. He also said that we had very good support. And actually, I've seen a lot of information that says New Hampshire is number 50 in state support for school education. There's a big difference there. And I've also heard that the state funds 22% of regular education and only 11% of special education. I find that disturbing. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes Mr. Trumbull. Welcome back, Mr. Trumbull. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill. The bill violates the New Hampshire's constitutional requirement that it is the state's duty to fund the public schools, and it attempts to do so by rewriting New Hampshire history. The New Hampshire history of school funding is a bridge that spans from 1784 to 2026, with pillars and columns along the way that show that it has always been the state's duty to fund the public schools to ensure that every child is guaranteed the opportunity for an adequate education. I'll point out to you the three main pillars along that bridge. First, 1784, the New Hampshire Constitution established the state's duty to fund the public schools as for the benefit of the entire state. In Claremont 1, the Supreme Court cited several sources to establish that is the state's duty. They cited the word cherish and used the 1780 General Dictionary of the English Language, meaning cherish means to support. They cited correspondence between the governor and you, the state legislature, from 1795, where both elected bodies agreed it was the state's duty to support. They cited 4 other New Hampshire Supreme Court cases from 1870s through 1970, noting that the state had the duty to educate the children by supporting and maintaining the public schools. The next pillar is 1789. The Act of 1789 established funding for public schools through state taxes. These taxes were considered state taxes all the way through the 1800s to present. In Claremont 2, the Supreme Court said that these taxes have always been state taxes. The legislation in 1789 declared that the state would henceforth set the tax rate for the minimum amount to be spent to ensure sufficient funding for public school education. There was a gentleman who wrote an article, or rather a treatise, in 1902 called A History of Taxation in New Hampshire. He studied New Hampshire's taxes through the 17 and the 1800s. In the section called Taxes for the Support of Public Education, he stated that these taxes were state taxes, and he further went on to cite the New Hampshire Supreme Court case of Tucker versus Aiken that said that towns could raise more money than the minimum amount, but the minimum amount was always required, and it was a state tax because it was a state duty. The third pillar of the bridge I want you to look at is the year 1919. World War I, we had the draft. Many men were found to not be literate, so there was concern around the country about the state of our public schools. The state legislature passed House Bill 262, which became RSA 189. That's what established our State Board of Education. In that legislation and in the House Committee's report, they established that it was the state's duty to fund the public schools and that the funding source was a state tax. They said by this act, it recognizes its obligation, meaning the legislature's obligation. And they were particularly concerned about the difference in educational opportunities between locations around the state. They said that these were state taxes. And then you have now the last bridge, the 2000s RSA 193, where state funding is what is defined as adequate education. You have a bridge that goes from 1784 to today, pillars along the way. Every single major state law and court case has held that it is the state's duty to fund the public schools. There's never been anything other than that. I'd like to address 2 questions that keep coming up in the discussion. The first is, what about the notion of shared responsibility? It is a shared responsibility. In that 1919 law, the state was quite clear that they were leaving to the school boards the practical working of the school system. But it has never been a shared responsibility to meet the minimum amount of money required to get an adequate education. That has always been the state's duty. Towns have been permitted constitutionally to spend above that amount, but that shared responsibility has never, in 240 years, been the local government's responsibility. The second question that keeps coming up is, well, what about differentiated aid? If we just added everything we spend, why can't we just count all 1.1 billion and say, hey, we've met the lawsuit? The problem with that logic is this, is that lawsuit starts with 7356. If you did that, you would spend about 1.1 billion. That would cover everything that we currently spend. But the lawsuit did not consider special education. The numbers, the 3-week trial didn't include documentation of how much it costs to spend special education. So if you want to include what you're spending on special ed, if you want to include what you're spending on disparity aid, then you have to also factor in how much it costs to provide those things. Special ed costs $1 billion in this state. You only support 11% of that. That's $900 million you don't support. Special ed is covered under the Constitution. There's nothing in the Constitution that says special ed is not to be covered. If you want to include that money in how you calculate how much you're spending, your obligation now grows by another $1 billion. If you want to include disparity aid based on need for towns that have a need that higher need for free and reduced lunch percentage of children, then you have to remember that is a need on top of the base amount that it costs to fund education. So the amount of money you have to spend would grow to be about 2.3 or 2.4, somewhere in that range, $1 billion. So your 1.1 doesn't get you what you want. You can say we're going to add that all up and meet Convel, but Convel just looked at the base amount, not counting special ed, not counting how much it costs to provide other education. I have a whole nother argument about separation of powers, and in the interest of time and so many other people to speak, I will stay and do that for House Bill 1815 and just keep my comments here on the issue of state adequacy funding, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull. Any questions from the committee? Sarah.
Could you turn in your written remarks? I'd like to have those case sightings so I can take a look at it.
I did.
Make sure I have them.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull.
Welcome. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Ms. Laura Vincent. Welcome, Ms. Vincent.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Vincent. I live in Loudon, New Hampshire. I have 3 children and 9 grandchildren, and I've served in the Merrimack Valley School Board since 1991. This testimony is directed at both SB 659 and HB 1850. I am opposed to any attempts to diminish or water down the minimum standards for curriculum requirements adopted last year amidst much turmoil and struggle. Our subject areas, including fine arts, foreign language, and advanced math and sciences, are important for students. The argument is being made that responsibility should be shared between the state and local communities, without saying to what extent this sharing should occur. Believe me when I say sharing a couple of dollars with local districts is not enough. I personally believe the $7,000 plus proposed by the court would be a wise place to start, since the average cost per pupil in public schools statewide is around $20,000. If the state provides the $7,000 plus per student, the school districts would still be on the hook for over $12,000. However, raising the state contribution from $4,000 plus to $7,000 plus would make a major difference in our schools, much like it did when the state contribution, when Claremont went through and the state contribution was raised. Of course, ideally, the amount would be indexed based on inflation, but this would at least buy the schools a few years of relief. Please consider realistic funding for our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes Mr. Zach Sheehan.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me testify this morning. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. Like a lot of folks, I had some testimony ready to go, but to try to not repeat what a lot of the good points have been made ahead of time, I'll try to skip around a little bit to address some of the questions that have been raised this morning. One of the largest pieces and kind of reasons we are opposed to this is, at the end of the day, it is pretty unclear what the intended outcome of how New Hampshire looks at funding their schools would be with this legislation in law. There's been a number of rationales given. We understand that the bills do not provide property tax relief, do not make sure all of our children have access to an excellent education. These bills do not look at how to do some of the things that were brought up in previous testimony, including one of the sponsors of one of these pieces of legislation, such as getting more funding to communities like Claremont that have higher levels of need. These bills have been stated to be a response to the court cases, both the Claremont rulings and more specifically the Supreme Court ruling from the Conval case last year. If the purpose is actually to clarify what the role of the legislature is versus the role of the courts, you all put provisions in last year's state budget that made statements, my understanding is, that you felt did exactly that. Stated that the role of the legislature, in your opinion, was effectively not to listen to the courts relative to school funding cases. That's a bill you put in House Bill 2 last year. It's in law. So I don't really understand why you need to do that again in this bill. If the point of these bills is to clarify what the state gets credit for, as has been brought up a lot this morning, again, kind of hard to follow that piece, because if it's in relation to the base adequacy in the Conval lawsuit, as previous speakers have brought up, that was about base adequacy because that was what the case was about. So the ruling is only going to be relative to what was brought in the case. What was brought was base adequacy, so the ruling is going to be about base adequacy. Thankfully, there's another lawsuit that looked at a broader part of how much the state spends. The Rand lawsuit looked at differentiated aid, specifically special education, and base adequacy. Same outcome. State's not spending enough, even when you take those pieces into account. Even if you give credit to the state for all of the funding, as previous speakers have brought up, then you also have to be responsible for those elements of cost, such as special education. If the intent is to clean up the language, to reduce lawsuits, as has been stated in previous testimony on HB 1815 when it was in the House, stated intent of this bill, it was unclear to see how that would happen. We've heard testimony, including from lawyer involved in these cases over the decades, that it would have the exact opposite effect. By being ambiguous, unclear around the shared responsibility, likely open the state up to further lawsuits. If this intent is to make the system more equitable, change how the school funding actually works, provide property tax relief, I think that it is hard to see how that is intent, especially given the unwillingness of one of the sponsors of the bill to answer the question that if this were to be passed, could that open up the door for the state to reduce spending by $1 per student and still be in compliance, so to speak, with the law that had been passed? If the intent is to undermine the Claremont rulings, directly undermine those and directly undermine the Conval case, that seems to line up with a lot of the stated testimony, a lot of the stated intent around this bill, around the response to it. We know that these bills were the result of a task force that the governor put together in response to the Conval rulings. We know that the sponsors have said that they think that both the Claremont and Conval rulings were wrongly decided. And the main provisions of those were, as we've heard, about providing funding for an adequate education, making sure the taxes used were uniform. If this is an attempt to do that and be in coordination with the legal side, that appears to be playing out as well. Just 2 weeks ago in the appeal to the Rand lawsuit, as we have heard, the state added on to that appeal directly a request to the New Hampshire Supreme Court to undermine and overturn the 2 Claremont rulings. So when we're looking at what is the problem this is trying to solve, right? It appears to be the problem is the state does not like having in law some responsibility to provide funding. And so if that's the problem, then the bill, what it does is make it harder to track that, introduce this shared responsibility concept, open up the door for reducing funding, and really try to make things even muddier so that on paper, the state can turn around and say, we're providing enough, we don't need to provide anymore. I would close by echoing previous requests that my understanding, traveling all over the state, talking to folks about these issues, for the past 5 years is that people want property tax relief. They want legitimate discussions about how to change funding, how to direct funding to communities with more need. They want conversations about how to do that in a way that does not diminish local control of our school district school budget process. And they really want folks to engage in these conversations in a genuine manner to try to find solutions that work for our whole state. For all of these reasons, we urge the committee to recommend both Senate Bill 659 and House Bill 1815 ITL, and I appreciate the time to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair recognizes Ms. Michaela Demeter.
Is it still morning? If so, good morning. Members of the Senate Education Finance Committee, my name is Michaela Demeter. I'm a third-term member of the Dover School Board. I'm testifying today on behalf of the entire board. The Dover School Board opposes both 659 and its companion bill, HB 1815. I would request that you put these comments on the record for both of these bills, so you don't have to hear me say this twice today. The proposed language would have far-reaching impacts in our state and risk weakening our public school system and the state funding that supports it. Nearly 30,000 people signed in against HB 283 last year, a bill Representative Dan McGuire, who spoke earlier today, had sponsored, which attempted to gut the definition of an adequate education. It's underscoring the reality that New Hampshire residents do not want their legislators weakening academic standards. I'm going to say that twice because it's doubly important. New Hampshire residents do not want their legislators weakening academic standards. The bills before you today attempt something similar in new troubling ways. RSA 193E specifies that the state establishes minimum standards and academic standards, and that it funds them. While local school districts implement the curriculum instruction, that's a clear division of responsibility. The bill removes that distinction by stating these two entities are, quote, indivisible, end quote, from each other for the purposes of providing an adequate education. So the Dover School Board is concerned that this opens the door wide for two problematic outcomes. Number one, this language absolves the state of its responsibility to solely fund an adequate education by redefining funding as a joint responsibility between the state and local municipalities. Under this new language, what would stop the state from reducing or nearly eliminating its share of education funding? I'm going to go off script here and say I'm deeply concerned that Senator McGuire outright refused to answer the question from Senator Altschiller when she asked that he explain what would stop the state from only funding public education at $1. It is a damning situation when a legislator refuses to answer something like that. It is deeply concerning to me as a school board member because, frankly, I do not trust the verbal assurances of legislators. We need to have things in writing. And when you put something in writing that weakens the public education system and weakens the state's responsibility to fund that, that's concerning to me. As a community member, it's concerning to me as the parent of two students in our public education system. It's concerning to me as a taxpayer, and it's concerning to me as a school board member. Back on script. Without clear written definitions of responsibility, verbal assurances from legislators are unenforceable. Number two, this language blurs the line of authority for implementation of curriculum, which our local districts currently retain. If this bill passes as written, what would prevent the state from implementing a statewide curriculum on all districts? The Dover School Board rejects any attempt to remove our local authority over curriculum decisions. In the face of a court decision that states this legislature is failing to adequately fund public schools, why respond by rewriting and reducing the state's responsibility rather than doing the work to fund education properly? For these reasons, the Dover School Board urges you to ITL both SB 659 and HB 1815 so the legislature can focus on fixing our broken education funding system, not weakening it further. And I have a few editorial comments based on sitting here for the past hour or two, listening to comments. I already mentioned my concern about Senator McGuire's refusal to respond to the question about the state funding at $1, so I won't mention that again. Everyone in this room understands that this bill reduces the state's responsibility. The difference is that some people in this room feel that that's necessary and responsible and a good thing for our state, whereas a lot of other people in this room feel that that's a bad move and a move not in good faith, and a move that's unconstitutional, as Mr. Trumbull responded earlier. New Hampshire already produces excellent students. Representative McGuire also mentioned, I think it was him, mentioned that we're 6th in the nation when it comes to funding of public education. That's true. On a per pupil basis, we are 6th in the nation. But as someone else has also mentioned, we're 50th in the nation when it comes to the percentage that the state funds. So it is true to say that while New Hampshire has an excellently funded education, it is doing so not because of the state, but in despite of the state. So these are really important. And the final comment I want to make off the cuff is that there is, in my opinion, a staggering lack of honesty and transparency here. If you want to dissolve the state's responsibility to fund an adequate education, stop beating around the bush and just say so. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? See none. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Nesbitt, Leslie Nesbitt. Welcome.
Thank you, committee members, for your patience in listening to many of us come to testify. I'm Leslie Nesbitt. I'm the school board chair of the Grantham School Board, a longtime resident of New Hampshire. I've lived in property-rich towns and less property-rich towns, and I'm very committed to supporting my neighbors as a member right now, currently in a property-rich town. Sorry, that's off script. My comments today are in opposition to the Senate Bill 659 and the House Bill 1815. State investment in New Hampshire public schools is not just a moral or constitutional obligation. It is a strategic economic imperative. To ensure the Granite State remains competitive in a 21st century economy, state school funding should be viewed as a direct reinvestment of the state's gross domestic product. Linking funding to GDP ensures that as the state's wealth grows, the human capital responsible for that growth is maintained and enhanced. While I agree with almost all of the testimony in opposition to these two bills, I'd like to offer this other alternative but equally powerful perspective. Education is the engine of a state's GDP. You've heard a lot of testimony today, and we've pulled apart threads of whether we're 6th in the nation or 50th in the nation. We are 6th in the nation on the backs of our citizens. We are 50th in the nation as legislators. There is a direct correlation between state education spending, and economic growth. While a strong GDP provides the tax base for schools, high quality schooling is what drives long-term GDP growth. Research indicates that a 10% increase in per pupil spending can lead to nearly 7.25% higher wages for those students as adults. Higher wages translate directly into higher consumer spending and a more robust state economy. By 2026, the demand for a highly skilled workforce has never been higher. Estimates suggest nearly 70% of New Hampshire jobs now require post-secondary attainment. Strong K-12 funding is the prerequisite for students to successfully enter community college and university systems that fuel the state's $7.6 billion higher education economic impact. As I said earlier, New Hampshire currently ranks last in the nation for the state's share of education. By failing to tie funding to the state's overall economic output, the burden is shifted almost entirely onto local property taxes. New Hampshire also ranks in the top 10% of achievement in this country, again, on the backs of local taxpayers. Relying on property taxes creates property poor and property rich districts, as everyone in this room knows. This inequity stifles the economic potential of thousands of students simply because of their zip code. Currently, U.S. public education spending averages about 3.3 to 4% of GDP. By setting a state funding floor linked to a percentage of New Hampshire's GDP, the state can provide a proper base adequacy that actually reflects the modern cost of living and technology, rather than our current stagnant $4,300 per pupil base. Underfunding schools creates a fiscal drag on the state GDP through social costs. New Hampshire faces a unique demographic challenge with an aging population. To keep young people in the state and thus keep the GDP and economy growing, the state must offer a public education system that rivals or exceeds our neighboring states. If the product, education, is inferior, the talent or graduates will export their economic value elsewhere. Property taxes are preventing families from living in New Hampshire. It's well past time to properly work together to serve all New Hampshire citizens, taxpayers, and children. I've had a number of conversations with representatives in the State House across the aisle from me who want the same thing, to do better for our children and to do better for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Mr.
Senator
Chair,
Rosenwald,
all right,
Senator Altshuler.
thank you. Could you leave your testimony with us?
I'll email it to the committee.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Downing, Christine Downing. Welcome.
I was just checking my watch to make sure I should still say good morning and not good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Christine Downing. I am the current superintendent of the Grantham School District, SAU 75. I'm also an elected official. I serve for the Goshen School District where I live in the community of Goshen. I also represent about 50 state superintendents as I serve as the chair of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association Legislative Committee. I'm here today wearing a lot of those hats. And I also come to you today, I'm going to do a little bit from a spin-off of what Michaela brought up, a passion of mine, something I don't think we've heard a lot of this morning. I'm going to talk to you from the lens of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. You've heard about the funding. I want to talk to you a little bit about the impact to students when we talk educational programming with these two bills. I am in opposition of Senate Bill 659 as well as HB 1815. And my particular concerns for both of those bills, let me get my copy out here of the bill, come from lines 11 through 14 in the bills. And that's specifically the confusion that is being created between the term indivisible and then the system of shared responsibility, the integrated system of shared responsibility. That second part, the integrated system of shared responsibility, has existed in RSA 193E. I would like to clarify a point that was made earlier. There is no funding formula in RSA 193E. The purpose of 193E is to define what constitutes an adequate education. That RSA clearly, as it currently reads, separates out the shared responsibility. It is clear that from a state's perspective in that RSA, the state is responsible for setting state academic standards, for setting the minimum school approval rules, the 306 rules, which over the last 4 years was a bit contentious in setting those rules, the state's responsibility in developing an assessment system related to adequate education, and the state's responsibility of establishing accountability systems to define an adequate education. So the insertion of language on lines 21 through 24, which now muddy the waters of bringing in funding into an RSA that is explicitly defined to establish what constitutes an education, an adequate education from a curriculum, instruction, and assessment programming perspective, is very concerning. I say that as an educator and administrator for 32 years in the state of New Hampshire, of which About 17 of those years were spent in 6 different school districts in the state of New Hampshire as their director of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. I'm going to tell you, I know the 306 rules like the back of my hand because I had to live and breathe them as a role in the director of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. That job, the sole duty of it, is to make sure districts are in compliance with meeting an adequate education. Here's my simple example from a curriculum, instruction, and assessment. First of all, I think you have competing concepts here when you talk about schools being indivisible to the state and then this integrated system of shared responsibility. Frankly, they're on 2 ends of the continuum. In that type of system, it is inevitable that the indivisible part is going to win out. So really, what are we saying? Is there a shared system of responsibility? No, not if you're saying a school is now an entity of the state and therefore controlled by the state. So here's a curriculum example if we play this out long term. And it was already mentioned quickly in Michaela's testimony, but I'm going to reiterate this out a little deeper to you from a curriculum instruction and assessment point of view. Let's say the state demands or decides that they want all literacy program from K to 8 to be done through a single commercial program. I'm going to pick one called Wit and Wisdom from Great Minds. So the state edicts that literacy instruction and curriculum, which now currently rest as a local controlled decision, and says, you need to do this program every school in the state. Tell me how a one-size-fits-all model where you dictate a single program across the state is going to meet the language that is in this law that indicates, that we want to provide, let me find it right here, state implementing diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet student needs, allow local governments to make local infrastructure and administrative choices that are their best for their particular communities. So when you say that schools are indivisible of the state, you are in essence saying that currently the law allows for local control decision-making when it comes to instruction and curriculum. That will go away. I am fearful for that. Because why is New Hampshire always in the top 10 nationwide? Because we do right by our students in our communities. And we find programming, we find curriculum, we find instruction that meets the needs of our students. I'm very concerned about the language in this bill and its impact on state control over curriculum and instruction. Right now, the law is incredibly clear. I'm just going to reread it. As it currently exists in RSA 193E, the state establishes minimum standards for public school approval and academic standards for inclusion and delivery of educational services at the local level. School districts then have responsibility and flexibility in implementing diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet the student needs. That is clear in the RSA, folks. State knows their lane, local knows their lane when it comes to curriculum, instruction, and assessment. I'm also going to add that I used to be employed by the Department of Education from about 2009 to about 2014. I actually served as the mathematics consultant for the State Department of Education, and one thing that was drilled into me as a state employee at that time was anytime I got a phone call, and I got them as a math consultant, for districts saying, hey, what program does the state recommend? I'd always have to cite this RSA and say, as a state official, I can't tell you curriculum instruction, but I can tell you what we're going to require when it comes to our assessments to meet the minimum standards for school approval and the state academic contents. And I want to say one other thing about RSA 193E. It's a solid RSA. It stood the test of time. It's done what it needs to do. I'm not sure why we need to change it and why this language needs to be added into it. And I guess the last comment I would make about an adequate education, funding all aside, it would be nice to see legislation that supports our Department of Education and gives it the resources to support schools that may be struggling. I was at the Department of Education at a time where we actually had what was called school in need of improvement coaches, districts in need of improvement coaches. I'd like to see legislation that would give capacity back to our Department of Education. Instead of putting penalties on our schools, let's support our schools. Thank you. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Altschul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for moving the the conversation into the realm of assessments. And I appreciate that because it with reference to your testimony of, I think it's line 11 on page 1, where where the bill references integrated public education system of shared responsibilities. Shared responsibility is not specifically defined. And is it your testimony that shared responsibility is not just how we pay for the topics that are outlined at the end of page 1 and into page 2, the English language, arts and reading, mathematics, science, social studies, etc., but that we also make room and are mindful of how we evaluate those topics. So if, in your opinion, and you have all of the background in both teaching, administrating, and as a member of a municipal committee, how do you, in any of those capacities, interpret the shared responsibility phrase?
So what concerns me is the new paragraph 2 that is proposed in this bill versus what the existing paragraph 2 is in the current RSA.
Okay.
And when I look at the existing paragraph in there, it is very clear. It explicitly says that the duty of the state is the standards for public school approval and academic standards. Clear. And then it says school districts have the responsibility and flexibility of curriculum and instruction. It's clear. That is clear. I don't know how much more crystal clear you can get. This completely muddies the water.
It repeals it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completely. Yeah, that's super concerning for me. And I spent the last 4 years statewide of my own time working on the 306 rules to bring clarity to what currently exists in the RSA. And there's so many, I could speak with you guys for days on the analysis of what this bill is going to do in contradiction to those 306 rules. There's going to be huge contradictions. One of the things is when you say that a school is indivisible from the state, basically we're a state entity now. That's what you're saying. At the end of the day, the state's going to overrule whatever local decision we make, right? Well, you have 306 rules right now that talk about phrases that as schools, we should be providing individualization to students, differentiation to students, personalization to students. We should be doing a competency-based ed model where it is not a one-size-fits-all model. This language, frankly, belongs in states where they are state ed agency controlled, the New Yorks of the world, the Texases of the world, where they literally dictate right down to the programs and the vendors that schools can buy for their curriculum resources. I don't think we want that. New Hampshire's successful, and as it's already been said numerous times today, it's successful because of the backs of our local taxpayers who every time come out and say, I want to do what's best for my students and my community. The fear I have is that there is a clear line delineated right now as the RSA exists between what is state responsibility, what is district responsibility. As a curriculum director, I teach teachers 3 important things about curriculum design. I teach them 3 key questions. What do we want students to know and be able to do? How are we going to measure that? And what learning opportunities are we can provide? Those first 2 questions are the guardrail on the path. However, the path that people take can be very different. To me, this is the state coming in and saying, no, we're going to dictate everything. The path, the interventions, the unique needs of the kids. I get it that what I'm hearing today, this is all in response to a court ruling and in response to funding, but I am here to tell you the way this language is legally written, it can greatly impact curriculum instruction and assessment in our school districts. That's concerning to me because that's a direct impact on our students.
Thank you. May I follow up?
Hello?
So if I'm hearing your testimony correctly, is your concern that this bill creates a statewide structure for curriculum, it leaves the door open for a statewide structure for curriculum, and that if a town, like Newport, is having success with a curriculum that they have worked through the DOE to find that works well for their school system, that is now going to be, that could necessarily also be the curriculum that you would have to use in Grantham, and that would have to be used in Portsmouth and also in Pelham.
Correct.
Whether it worked for that particular school district or not.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be, in your opinion, a really unhappy byproduct of the language of this bill.
Oh, I think it's an incredible byproduct that I'm not sure people thought about.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Heather Rubitali.
Good morning. Still morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony today in opposition to Senate Bill 659. My name is Heather Robitaille, and I'm a proud parent and member of the town of Merrimack. I also serve as the chair of our school district budget committee. And while I'm not here to speak on behalf of that committee, I want to share the concerns that I've heard from members of my community, since many of them could not be here today. Throughout our budget process, the main concerns voiced year after year are twofold. People want strong public schools and property tax relief. This bill fails to address either of those concerns. I won't repeat the same points that have been made by the opposition who tested before me, but I'd like to share with you just how the state's failure to fund an adequate public education for the children of New Hampshire is impacting my town. I have heard the argument that the state is keeping up with inflation, but I would beg to differ. As we're budgeting for the upcoming school year, Merrimack is going to be receiving $327,000 less in state aid. And we are also seeing an increase in healthcare costs for our staff of 15.5%. In fact, looking at the aid that we have received from the state in the academic year 1999 to 2000, we received $10,095,740. In this year upcoming, $620,592. So we are decreasing almost $500,000 of what we receive from the state in over a 20-year period. I think everyone can agree that no one's grocery bills, the cost of school supplies, the cost of energy have not gone down. So I don't think we can say that that is keeping up with inflation. For our district, in order to address this disparity between increasing costs and lower assistance from the state, we are cutting 21 staff positions, our gifted and talented program, and all after-school clubs. We are doing this to address the concerns that our community members are sharing because they can't pay their property taxes. Right now, the state is relying on local property taxpayers to pay for public education. When they receive their property tax bill, they get angry at the schools and feel like the schools are spending irresponsibly because 80% of their tax bill goes to the schools. However, as someone who has gone through the school budget line by line for the last 3 years, I can tell you it's not due to waste. As a Granite Stater, it is incredibly frustrating to hear about reduced revenues in the state While this legislature has expanded the scope and funding of the EFA voucher program to include even the state's wealthiest families. Your constituents are watching and listening. 90% of the state's students receive a public education, and we are failing them. We want the state to adequately fund public education and reduce our reliance on property taxes. This bill fails to do either, and I ask you to find it inexpedient to legislate. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Lang.
I was trying to look it up while you were speaking because, as you know, funding is tied directly to enrollment. And do you know in that same window of time that you're getting less money, what your enrollment numbers have done?
Our enrollment numbers have declined slightly, but not to the point that we are having a significant decrease in the number of classrooms needed, the number of staff needed. We have adjusted our class sizes to remain within the state recommended guidelines, but we have lost, I can't tell you how many programs as a result of budget cuts, and our children are paying the price for it.
So would it surprise you to know that your enrollment has dropped by over, trying to find your number, sorry, apologize. Your enrollment's dropped by almost 15%. Total number of students. That's only going back to 2012. Can't go back 20 years. I can't find the number, right? So over 15% of your enrollment has dropped. That goes along with that. So doesn't it make sense that if your enrollment drops and funding is based on a per pupil basis, your revenue is going to drop? It's not because we stopped spending more money per pupil. It's strictly that you have fewer pupils.
I would say that it fails to keep up even remotely with the increase in the cost of what we do need to sustain. I understand what you're saying about the student population declining, yet in 1 year, staff healthcare costs increased 15.5%. That you can't argue that actually keeps up with that.
Again, I'm not arguing that, but I'm just trying to understand that your revenue drops when your student population drops, and that even if your spending increases at a faster rate in which we increase spending for per pupil, which we have over the last 10 years, every year, there's been more money spent per pupil than the previous year. So we've steadily increased revenue per pupil, but at the same time, while you have this axis going this way, you have the student axis going that way, you have fewer students. And at some point, if your spending reaches the increase per pupil, you have to make spending choices locally. Isn't that not true?
No, I understand what you're saying. And when our district administration was looking at budgeting, enrollment is something that we looked at. But the cuts that we have to make as a result of the already inadequate funding that we are receiving are really harmful to our students.
Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of your budget committee, you are presumably aware that Merrimack being a large town, much of the cost of operating a school district is fixed cost. And I say this from the perspective of being from Nashua, where we could have enrollment declines, but they're all over the city and in different grades. So to what extent, if you know it, is there any marginal savings when enrollment declines by 1%, let's say, in a year? Or are there no savings? Because I've never seen any data showing that there is marginal savings when students are not enrolled. So I'm wondering what your experience in Merrimack is.
Thank you for the question. So when we're looking at enrollment and our budgets are put together, they are looked at a building by building level. So there may be a decline across the district that seems significant, but it's not enough to reduce a teacher if you have a few students leaving from the high school, the middle school, elementary school, or upper elementary school, So I would say that it is an important number to keep in mind, to also be looking at class sizes, which our administrators do, but that the savings is not always there and is not always equally represented or even able to exist at all.
Further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Ms. Robitaille, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's been a lot of back and forth between yourself and other members of the public who've testified about enrollment numbers and how the state has been, increasing its spending. And wondering, like, as a member of the budget committee, you hear from your school board what their needs are and what the state is now requiring. And if it's my recollection, and perhaps this is the experience at your school board, because in our school district, the state has been increasingly requiring more and more reporting on certain curriculum assessments and implementations of certain programming, and this reporting that has to be done by somebody, and that costs money, right? So is that reporting what is reflected in the per pupil spending, or do you look at that as an administrative cost because the state has told you we need you to give us all this reporting? And I believe last year we sent 50 new requirements that have to be reported out, but we don't. Did your district receive any increase in funding to accommodate the extra work that takes to evaluate those students and report out on that programming?
I'm not aware of any extra funding that we received for handling those requirements. I do know that we did have to hire 2 additional administrative assistants to help with things such as 504, the reporting and the paperwork and so on, requirements that have to be taken care of.
May I follow up? So if as was outlined in the cases that have come before our courts, asserting that the state's responsibility for paying for an adequate education is indeed inadequate, and these have been dragged on for decades, and in that time that students, parents, and teachers and districts have been saying this isn't enough, and they get piled on with more responsibilities to pay for, even if the state spends more than it did in the previous year, it still hasn't caught up. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think I understand.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I apologize for pronunciation. Sinhan Kerman. Please correct my pronunciation.
I will. Honorable members of the Senate Education Finance Committee, I am Sinahan Kerman. It's a tough one, so no worries. And I live in Epsom. I am here today to testify in opposition to SB 659, but my remarks do also apply to HB 1815. So like others, I will not come up here twice. I'm also going to skip around a little bit. I'll submit this afterwards because a lot of what I was going to say has been said. But I'd like to share with you some personal testimony that might help give this a more human understanding. Public education is the foundation of my own success story. I grew up in a low-income household, but I had access to a strong public school system in Derry. There were times I watched my mother skip meals so that my brothers and I would be fed. She always stressed the importance of doing well in school, and I graduated with high marks from Pinkerton Academy with more admissions acceptance letters than I can count. I chose to stay in state and attend UNH, where I received both my bachelor's and master's in business administration. It was my access to a quality public education, both K through 12 and beyond, that brought me to a much better financial position than the one I grew up in. My student loans are paid off, my cars are paid off. The only debt that I have besides my mortgage is the newly negative escrow balance I face after my own property taxes nearly doubled this past year. My career is in the field of revenue operations, where my key accomplishments have been in expanding revenue streams while finding cost-reducing efficiencies in the tech space. I often hear that we have a spending problem, and while I see folks across many communities working on cutting costs in every avenue possible, I'm not seeing any attempts at the state level to support sustainable revenue sources. A little off script here, but again, just to add some color, Miriam shared also from Epsom that we are watching our community members struggle with the idea of losing their homes. We had a joint school board and budget committee meeting back in the fall where we went through line by line to try and find things that we possibly could cut. There's not much left to cut. Someone actually stood up and suggested that in the next contract cycle with teachers, we remove all healthcare benefits. It's not because he hates teachers, it's because he doesn't want to lose his home. People across New Hampshire are asking for meaningful property tax relief and a fair system that supports strong public schools in every community. This bill does not address those concerns, it actively ignores them. And I deeply worry about what it will mean for families across the state and the reduction in opportunities for students who deserve much better from our legislators. For these reasons, I respectfully urge this committee to recommend ITL on both SB 659 and HB 1815. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Steve Fay.
Thank you. I'm going to have to be quick because I have to rescue my car from the parking garage. My name is Steve Fay from Laconia. I'm a parent, a grandparent, property owner, taxpayer in the city. I guess hearing all the conversations I've had this morning has been really instructive for me. I think there have been some excellent presentations. People far more knowledgeable than myself. So I'm just going to share two things. First of all, with regard to how much people are suffering. So I had to pick up a grandchild for a year. It was an after-school program. And the first and second time I went there, she had all these are elementary school kids. All these, 8 or 10 kids line up sitting against the wall, and she's passing out bag lunches at 3:30 in the afternoon. So I thought, okay. And then she said, oh no, eat it now. Do you know why she said eat it now? Anyone want to guess? Because if you get home and your brother or sister is bigger than you are, they're going to eat your lunch, and therefore they're going to eat your dinner. So anyone who thinks that people aren't struggling isn't watching the movie, and I know you're watching the movie. I don't mean to be critical with that. The second point is that hearing all, being toward the end of the speakers, hearing all the conversation which has happened, it looks to me like, frankly, there was an agenda behind this legislation, and that drove. This is my perspective, and that drove the legislation which we're seeing. I think you've gotten some great comments, but I think that I'm 76 years old. I'm well college educated. I'm a pretty smart guy, and when I first read it, I thought, not quite right. But I really feel like there was an agenda behind this, and I think the agenda is one to ultimately be done with public schools in the state of New Hampshire. So I'm hopeful that that's not the case, but I'm not convinced it's not the case. The other thing I would mention is that I don't think you could consider this bill in a way in isolation, and that is to say that there are other things that affect money. One is the business enterprise tax. When we draw that down, that's the siphon of money that funded the Education Trust Fund. When it gets smaller, then the money which might be spent on public services gets smaller. And then the legislature makes a choice of spending on the public services or sort of giving it back to the people that pay the taxes. And it appears to me every time we're choosing to not fund public services instead. So I think there are some other sort of bigger context things happening which are affecting a lot of the economic discussion which we're getting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to go spare my car. Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm glad I got in.
Our final speaker that's signed up, Amanda Carter.
Good job, sir.
Welcome, Ms. Carter.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you, Senator Lang, for opening the window. It was really hot. I couldn't think. And then thank you further, Senator Murphy, for closing it because everyone's teeth were chattering. We talk a lot in New Hampshire about an adequate education. But if a student has to keep their winter coat on to do math class, I think we all can agree that that's not what adequate looks like. An adequate education isn't just curriculum standards and tests and scores on paper. It's the basic condition that make learning possible: heats, lights, transportation, buildings that actually function. Those operational costs aren't extra. They're the foundation that education sits on. My name is Mandy Carter. I'm from the Conval region. I'm also a kinship navigator, community resource specialist, and certified community health worker at the River Center Family and Community Health Center. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm also a proud member of Moms Rising. I'm the parent of a child with a disability who had to be placed out of district in a therapeutic school because our district simply didn't have the resources to support his needs. When districts are already stretched thin, students with disabilities, they're often the first to feel that funding gap. Right now, families are fighting to just get legally required services, while evaluations are delayed and special education staff are overwhelmed, overworked, and underpaid. At the same time, regional districts across the state are experiencing structural pressures as towns reconsider district memberships. Francistown was just allowed to leave the Conval district. It was just voted out last Tuesday. When fewer towns share the bills, the cost doesn't disappear, it simply shifts to the taxpayers who remain. Property taxes are based on property value. People with the largest homes end up paying the biggest portion of the shift. For a homeowner with a home that's worth roughly $400,000, just, moderate home in our area, even a small increase in property taxes can mean hundreds of dollars more out of their budget every year. And for many people, especially seniors who bought their homes decades ago, that's the same house they spent 30 or 40 years paying the mortgage on, only to find that it's the property tax bill that threatens to push them out in the end. If the state keeps shifting its constitutional responsibility to fund education, the consequences won't be theoretical. They'll show up in the classroom, a lack of services for students with disabilities, and the property tax bills that push families and seniors out of their home. I respectfully urge you to find 659 inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone else who did not sign up to speak, who wanted to speak on Senate Bill 659?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have a list of the online signups in favor?
I do
Or
not,
opposed?
have not yet accessed that. I assume the aide,
Really?
but I'd like to get the people who are still waiting to get them up here. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Casey Neal. I will be reading testimony on behalf of Corey Tebbets from Plainfield, who could not be here today. My name is Corey Tebbets, and I live in Plainfield. I'm a parent, a wife, and a taxpayer. I hold a master's degree in education and the belief that every child has the right to a fair and appropriate public education. Since Senate Bill 659 and House Bill 1815 redefine the language that guarantees students the opportunity for an adequate education, I oppose these bills. In a state that already contributes a low dollar amount per pupil, this has hit my community hard. To save taxpayers money due to rising costs of healthcare for school employees, my daughter's school has been forced to propose cutting 11 positions. I have been attending many school budget meetings and have written to and met with many budget committee members to both plead with and understand what can be done. I am passionate about education, but I'm exhausted. I'm disappointed that I have to take time away from my family to appeal for issues that should not exist. Senate Bill 659 and House Bill 1815 are leaving our children's right to an adequate education as defined by these bills up to funding by citizens and taxpayers who are already hurting from a fraught economy, retired adults on fixed incomes with endlessly increasing property tax burdens, and adults who may be unaware of the full breadth of issues that plague children who aren't provided a quality education. Who does this bill help? It doesn't help me, and it doesn't provide tax relief to any of us. What my community needs is tax relief. We don't need ambiguous bills like this. The state is not paying their fair share. This bill makes it easier for the state to increase my property taxes while taking away funding from my daughter's school. It is for these reasons I urge the committee to recommend inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 659 and House Bill 1815 and focus instead on real solutions that provide property tax relief and do better to adequately fund public education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? See none. In no particular order. you. Hi. Please state your name and town for the record.
Ooh, sorry, a little nerve wracking. Hello, my name is Sarah Georges, and you said state my town as well?
Yeah, where you're
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is my very first time testifying up here, so I'm a little nervous. Hello, my name, and good afternoon or good morning, I'm not quite sure, but my name is Sarah Georges. I am a community organizer with ABLE New Hampshire. Our work centers around people with disabilities in other communities that have been historically marginalized. I'm here to speak about SB 659 and House Bill 1815. I'm born and raised right here in Manchester, New Hampshire, and at the moment I serve my community in multiple ways. I serve not only with ABLE New Hampshire, but also with Victory Women of Vision, which is an organization in Manchester that helps any newcomer in New Hampshire, refugees or immigrants as well. I also serve as a school board member on my first term here in Manchester as well. And I also serve on multiple boards in different organizations in Manchester, which I really love helping my community. I live in it, so I'm there every day. I have walked the halls and I've been a student at Webster Elementary School, Hillside Middle School, and Central High School. I am a student with an IEP, so I have a learning disability called dyslexia. If you don't know what dyslexia is, it is a neurological way of how my brain basically takes in language, whether it's English or writing, spelling, math, basically my everyday life. This bill affects those kids who have problems like mine. I've heard a lot today about different things about going on, but I know about what happens in my community. I know what happens with my kids, because just like my kids, I suffer the same things. Now, I heard a lot today about an adequate education, but the things about an adequate education that has to do with math, reading, arithmetic, history, any of those things, there are certain things that children need to be set up for them to have an actual education. So that means those kids who are just like me need people who are teachers who are trained in understanding of different learning. They need supportive education that is actually available in our schools at this moment. They need access to materials and support. And not only does our schools and administrators need to be acknowledged when it comes to the fact that they are fighting every day to help our children. At this moment, a lot of our kids do not have access to an adequate education right now. So that means if they have an IEP service, they do not get those one-on-one individual moments right now because we do not have enough teachers, staff members to handle any of that. At this moment, my sister had to leave Manchester School District to go to Merrimack School District due to the fact that my nephew has autism, and we could not accommodate him in the best of their abilities. So now she had to leave and pack up from her family where she has the support to help her, not only with her son who has autism, but with her other son who is in first grade. So she had to leave us, her family, her support system, her community, because the community that she lives in did not support her son. Now she's away and he is doing great. But it shouldn't be the fact that she has to leave. It shouldn't be the fact that any parent has to leave and search for a better education for their child. They shouldn't have to leave Manchester. They shouldn't have to leave New Hampshire, period. If we want people like myself to sit here and be a young person, a young entrepreneur to continue investing into our communities, then our state, our local government, they all need to understand that you need to look at us. The decisions that you make up here affect us every day, whether you like it or not. I know this because I work in the decisions that you guys make every single day. This part, I don't see, not to be disrespectful, but I don't see none of your faces in my community every day. So I guess you might not hear what happens in my community every day or live what we live every single day. But I do. So I know that what we're going on and the amount of money that's being thrown around today is absolutely crazy, but I don't see where that money is going anywhere. I do hope that this does not go further, but just know that our people do need a better education. Our children need a better education, and they need to be recognized and acknowledged that not every child learns the same. So the amount of money that you will spend is not the same amount. Every child deserves to have an adequate education so that they can grow up and stay in New Hampshire and also be people that can put back into our community, help the next generation over. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Was there? Please.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Murphy. I appreciate you allowing me to testify now. This is indeed on both bills because they are the same, and I did not make the sign-up sheet for the first bill in time. So my name is Deborah Howes. I am I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I will not read my whole testimony because much of what I would say has been said already, but we do oppose both of these bills because they certainly appear on the face of them to be a walking back on the constitutional obligation of the state to provide and fund an adequate education for every Granite State student in a public school in their district. That is a right that constitutional right of every Granite State student. They should be able to get a public education in their district and not have to move to a different district to get it. They should be able to get their learning needs met. Our public schools are, by mission, serving all students and striving to meet their learning needs, whether they are an average student, whether they are a student who excels, or whether they're a student who needs additional support because they have special education needs, because they are an English language learner, because they come from a family that is struggling with poverty or transient or other issues. Some students you need to provide additional support for so that they can meet their potential and they can learn. Not all students cost the same amount to teach. So, we do recognize that there are different needs that have to be met and that cost different amounts. These bills that walk back from the court rulings do not commit to meeting the students' needs, and that's our fundamental issue with it. Because we look at it from the point that those needs have to be met, and if the state is not doing its job, the cost falls on the local property taxpayers. And we're already seeing that is forcing people out of their home, forcing them to choose between having a vibrant community where the schools are able to do their job, or having a community that is slowly shutting down because they can't support their schools, they can't support families. Families have to move out somewhere else so their kids can go to school. It's not fair to the children, it's not fair to the families, it's not fair to the businesses who want to be able to have a well-educated workforce. It's not fair to the communities to have the state picking winners and losers by saying, we're just going to stop here, we're not going to fund anymore, we think we're already doing enough. We've already heard from other testifiers how just saying, picking the number we're at now and adding it all together, saying we're doing enough, doesn't meet the actual math of the real needs that are out there now. It's a state duty. It's a duty that we owe to every Granite State child, every kid in every town. The need doesn't go away if you say the state's already met. We still have the schools having to meet the state standards, having to provide education to every child. And if the local property taxpayers can't fill the gap, you end up having to cut programs. You end up having to cut staff. You end up having to increase the number of students in a classroom in your lower grades, which means less individual attention from your classroom teacher, and that makes a huge difference. We have that through research, that it makes a huge difference in academic achievement, whether you have one classroom teacher to say 15 students in K through 3, K through 4 in your reading and math achievement. And that's classroom teacher, that's not per pupil ratio. Those are two different things, and I can send you research on that if you want. Or whether you have one classroom teacher to 20 students it makes a huge difference in how well those students achieve. It also makes a difference whether you are offering, some basic career and tech ed classes in middle and high school, whether you're offering arts and music classes. These are kind of core educational things that we already include in our definition of an adequate education that people came out for last year. And you're forcing districts to look at cutting back or increasing class sizes because they can't afford to have the people to teach them, to keep offering the classes. You're looking at places looking at closing down high schools. Pittsfield just had that on their warrant this week. We need to look at what we're doing here. And it needs to start at meeting the students' needs. That really should be what's driving this conversation. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Howe.
Okay.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes, Senator Lang, Mrs. House.
So looking at the bill starting in line 24, it's adequate education, substantial educational content of adequate education. Those criteria haven't changed, right? We still leave the same criteria from the previous statute in there. Is that correct?
The
So we're not
criteria
loos-
haven't. Oh, I'm sorry. I
We're
thought
not
you finished.
loosening or tightening any restrictions in what the definition of the content areas that are required for the purposes of an adequation. We're not changing any of that, are we?
You're done now. Sorry, I thought you were finished before. Okay, can I answer? Great. So you still have to pay for the staff to teach them. So even if you're not changing the content, if you don't have enough money to have teachers to teach the students, you've got to cut something.
May I follow up? Because I can answer my question. I understand the funding argument that you're making, and that's a discussion that could be can be made differently another way. My question is, there was a lot of conversation around loosening educational standards. This bill doesn't do that. It leaves the same exact criteria that's currently in law. Isn't that true? For an adequate education, the same things we ask them to teach.
There is some lack of clarity introduced in the way the wording around that list is being altered, and I don't have the bill right in front of me, but Christine Downing could clear it up if you need her to answer.
I guess I'm about the 11 items that are listed haven't changed. They're the same. 11 starting in English and ending with computer science. Those 11 items are still exactly the same as current law.
The 11 items have not changed, but other changes have been introduced, and we can go back and forth if you want to. Okay.
I'm not sure that's beneficial.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions of Ms. House? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. House.
Yep. Welcome.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak but has not yet done so on Senate Bill 659? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on 659. We'll go directly to the House Bill 1815 FN. Welcome to the prime sponsor, Representative Lynn. Representative, I apologize on behalf of the committee for the delay.
No apologies necessary at all. I thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bob Lynn, and I'm state representative from Wyndham, Rockingham District 17, and I appear here in strong support, really, of both of the bills, which, as I understand it, are kind of mirror images of one another. I have to say at the outset, and I really don't like to personalize things, but to the extent that there has been some flavor suggesting that those of us who support this measure are somehow not supportive of public education, I guess I have to say I really take personal offense to that. As someone who, frankly, was the first person in his family to graduate from high school, even the first person in his family to have a driver's license, and who went entirely to public schools in Connecticut, no one is more aware of the importance of public education than I am. But the fact that public education is really important is not a reason for sort of trifling with the Constitution. And unfortunately, I think that what we have seen in this series of Claremont decisions, I'm calling them all Claremont decisions, is the court having gotten more and more and more intrusive into the legislature's role. And I guess I think it's also very important to understand that this legislature, and I'm not talking about just the one but just going back to 1997, has gone out of its way to try to comply with the Claremont decisions. Define an adequate education, fund it, etc., with constitutional taxes. The legislature did all those things. And as I think many of us sort of predicted would happen, as now we get to the Conval case where the courts decide we have now the authority to decide on the numbers, whether the amount that you're spending is appropriate or not. And stop and think about the implications of that. We have 424 legislators, a governor, an executive council, et cetera, who, well, maybe the executive council isn't involved so much in the budget, but governor and the legislature, who get all kinds of input from constituents. Spend more money, spend less money, favor this factor, favor that factor. No, firefighters need more. No, police officers need more. No, the mental health system needs more. No, education needs more or less or whatever. And we have to make those decisions. And I believe on both sides of the aisle, we do our damnedest to come up with what we think is the right decision. And collectively, I think that wisdom is entitled to an awful lot of deference. But look what happens if this system of this new constitutional right that I have to say candidly, with due respect to the other people who have testified, was invented. It was invented in the Claremont decision. Look what happens. You have a trial before a single judge in which both sides present their experts. And instead of the collective wisdom of 424 members of the legislature elected by the people who get all the input from various constituencies, you have a single judge who decides, do I believe this expert or do I believe that expert? And I will make a factual, that's the thing, I will make a factual finding as the judge that this is how much an adequate education costs. Too bad what the legislature said. This is what I say. And of course, under very familiar legal principles, if there is some evidence to support what the judge has said, then on appeal to the Supreme Court, it's a deferential standard. The Supreme Court is, unless the Supreme Court can say, "Wow, that's just completely crazy," the Supreme Court is supposed to uphold that decision. But stop and think about the implications of that. It is mind-boggling to think that that could happen in a democratic society. And the people who support the Claremont decision would say, well, what the legislature's response to Conval should be is we should simply shut up, be quiet, and write a check. I respectfully submit to you that that is not what we should do. The court has said repeatedly that it is the legislature's responsibility to define an adequate education. And so that's what this bill does. And basically it says to the Supreme Court, you really need to rethink this. You really need to think about some things that maybe you haven't thought about before. So let's take a couple of things into account here that I think are really important. If you stop and think about this and stop and think about the long-term implications of this, if you really accept the proposition that only so-called state taxes, that is, taxes other than the property tax they collected from local communities, is supposed to fund and adequate education. The long-term implications of that is, and the state has got to be in total control of that. The long-term implications of that are you cannot have local school districts, even from their own money, spend more. Because what will happen is this. If you say an adequate education is X number of dollars, and that's what because that's what it costs to get a teacher and to get, support staff, and I suppose under Judge Ruoff's decision, a nurse, school nurse, I suppose, and under that's part of an adequate education too. But whatever, if you say that that's what it costs, and then some school districts, Rye or whatever over on the coast are able to spend more, that will drive up what it costs. That will drive up for the average, because teachers will say, well, wait a minute, I can go to Rye. You got to pay me more here. And so eventually the state will lose control of its budgeting. And the analogy that I would draw, and it's not a perfect one, but the analogy I would draw is, you may remember that back in the early, I think it was 2012, 2013, the legislature determined, maybe it was a little earlier than that, but anyway, the legislature determined they were going to stop contributing to the state retirement system for local employees, for municipal employees. And there was a lawsuit brought saying, oh no, that's an unfunded mandate. Because you had been contributing to it before. And what the Supreme Court said, and I should note here, it was a Supreme Court that consisted of 4 judges appointed by Governor Lynch. I happened to be one of them, and I wrote the decision, but there were 4 judges appointed by Governor Lynch, 3 of whom said, no, this is your analysis under the unfunded mandate is incorrect, because if you accept the theory that you couldn't do that, the result would be the state, all of us in the legislature, would lose control over the state budget, because we have no control over how many employees there are how many local employees there are, what they're paid. All of that is in the control of the localities. And if you say that the unfunded mandate things requires the state to pay for that, the state will effectively lose, over time, the state will effectively lose control over the state budget. The same is true here. That's just a reality of the situation. So what does this bill do? Well, first, it says that in accordance with, and as Senator Oster, I think it's really important to point this out. It has been historically, as Representative McGuire testified, historically it has been the rule in New Hampshire that we are not a state that says local governments can do whatever they want unless the state prohibits it. Ours is exactly the opposite. Local communities can only do what the state gives them the authority to do. And so we say, as part of that because the state gives localities the authority for schools and to tax, and those taxes are part of the state tax system, and that it is a shared responsibility between the state and localities to fund an adequate education. Second, the bill establishes that the state's role in that shared responsibility is to provide funding for the academic program that comprises an adequate education, while the so-called collateral matters, and here I would tend to say, obviously it's a legislative responsibility to make that decision, but I would say things like the school nurse, many of the costs of the SAU, those kind of things, and other things are not part of what needs to come out of so-called state taxes. And then third, and I think really most importantly, is the bill contains the statement that essentially saying how the state and its local government entities choose to raise, allocate, and spend financial resources to implement this integrated public education system is a public policy matter that is reserved to the exclusive control of the political branches of the government. And what that is saying with respect to the court, and I have to, I know all of the people who rendered these various decisions, and I don't say for a moment that they're bad people, that they acted with bad faith or whatever. I respect them greatly as judges, but they really did get it wrong and go way, way over their skis in these decisions. And I think it's appropriate for the legislature to say, look, here are a number of things that you didn't think about that you really need to think about. And I guess the last point I would make, and Senator Lang, I would just reinforce, I think, the things that you've made really clear in your questioning before. I think that the law that was in effect when the Conval decision was rendered already made it very clear that the way you read the adequate funding, the adequacy, was what the legislature intended. And that's what the dissent in the Conval decision said. And candidly, I think they really had the far better argument. But to the extent that there's any ambiguity, I don't think there was. But if you, give the majority the benefit of the doubt, if you say that there somehow was some ambiguity, this corrects that and says that in deciding on what funding has been provided for adequacy purposes, it's not just the base aid, it's the whole thing. In sum, I think that both of these bills are reasonable and sensible responses to the Conval decision and to what is needed to be done in this area. And I urge you to support them. And I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I'll do it one. As I understand, the Supreme Court decision in the Conval case did not point to specific dollar amounts as had been done in the trial court level. Is that correct? They just said what the state's doing is constitutionally inadequate, and they sent it back, I think, to the trial court.
Yeah, well, what they basically they affirmed the trial court's ruling that at least whatever it was, 7,000, whatever, and 1 cent, that at least that amount was needed. They sent that. You're correct. They didn't say we agree specifically with this, but they said we affirm the trial court's conclusion that at least this amount has to be spent.
Thank you. Could I follow up, please?
Follow up.
Because I must.
Senator, I'm trying to spare us a 3-hour hearing. That's all.
Well,
we're here. We're here.
I didn't bring this bill in.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you've served on finance.
Right.
I've served on finance since 2011 in both chambers. So I'm pretty familiar with how we budget. When you were Chief Justice, would you have been okay with us line item spending your budget as lines 21 through 23 allow the legislature to do for this purpose? Or would you have demanded the respect and courtesy for the separate equal branches of government? And would you have come in here and said, don't tell me how to spend the judicial branch appropriation?
Now, I have to say, one of the things, and I have to say honestly, there may be some of particularly of my former colleagues, not people on the court now, but some of my former colleagues who might have had a different view. But, you know, one of the things that I think, candidly, that the judicial branch has done and has frankly done with some effectiveness before the legislature is to make that kind of argument that this is the court's budget. We're another branch of government. We're not just an agency. We're another branch of government. We get to decide, you know, how to fill in the lines. You just sort of give a bottom line thing, or maybe not completely a bottom line, but you just sort of do it in general categories. What I have always said to my colleagues when I've heard those arguments was, you know, stop and think about what you're saying. Yes, the judicial branch is another branch of government. So is the executive branch. So if you, the legislature, can make detailed line item things for the Department of Agriculture, which is an executive branch agency, or the Department of Transportation, which is an executive branch agency, and I think unquestionably you can, why can't you do that for the judicial branch? They're another branch of government, but so is the executive. Now, what you can't do is to do budgeting in a way that would, you know, kind of interfere with the court's adjudicatory decisions. I think you couldn't say, well, we're gonna appropriate money that says I don't know, I'm making up an absurd example, but just to make the point, you couldn't appropriate money that says, you know, the appellant there'll be enough funding for the appellants in arguments before the court to have a half an hour to argue, but there'll only be enough money for the appellees to have, you know, 10 minutes. You couldn't do something like that. But short of that, I think this legislature has the same authority to detail appropriations for the judicial branch as it does for the executive branch.
One follow-up, if I may. Thank you. When you were Chief Justice, did you ever come in to House or Senate Finance and ask us to do line item appropriating for the judicial branch?
Did I ever? No, I don't think I did. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think that I ever came in either and sort of objected. I mean, I may have said we might need more money. I wouldn't doubt that I came in and said something like that, but I don't think that I ever made an argument saying, you know, you're getting too detailed, unless it was something like it had some impact on the court's adjudicatory decision making, and I don't really recall anything like that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Rauchler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Lynn, for taking my questions. So I had a couple of questions prepared for you, but you just testified in a way that I think dovetails into what I wanted to ask. You just said that the legislature couldn't budget in a way that interferes with the court's adjudicatory decisions. But this bill, as it's written, allows for the opportunity for the legislature to actually budget in a way that interferes with the stated adequate content, because there's no floor nor ceiling. So I'll ask you the question I asked of Representative McGuire. Could the state, under House Bill 1815, reduce funds to $1 per student under this scheme? Is that a possibility?
And I would think the answer to that is no, because I guess what I would say is this. I don't think it's necessary for, pursuant to this bill, I don't think this bill in any way overrules Claremont. And I don't think it is necessary to overrule Claremont. The idea of the state having a responsibility, there being a state responsibility for education funding, I don't think most people have any problem with that. I certainly, as Representative McGuire said, and as the legislature has done, I certainly have no problem with the idea that poorer communities ought to receive more state money. I don't have any problem with that at all. So, you know, if what you're saying is, could the legislature simply stop funding education?
I just said, could it reduce it to $1?
Well, that would be
Under the- is
effectively,
that-
I think that would be effectively stopping state funding of education. And I would say that, no, that this bill does not allow that. And no, the state should not be able to do that.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
So what I hear you saying is that it doesn't allow for it, and forgive me and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that you're inferring that it can't do that because the language leaves that opportunity open unless, please show me where I'm missing this. This language does not create a floor or a ceiling, correct? So it can be.
Well, it doesn't change, the language of this bill doesn't change the current funding at all. It's that, it doesn't say like there will be zero funding. It says, it doesn't change the current funding at all. I mean, that's why this bill was otherwise it would have to be in a budget year. So it doesn't change it at all.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
So I'm gonna go down that road. I'm looking at some of the language where you've said the sum total calculated under paragraph 2 shall be computed toward the cost of an adequate education, but it doesn't say how much. Like there's no number, and that's kind of why we're sitting here in this position right now, because over time the courts have repeatedly found that what the legislature has determined to be adequate is indeed inadequate. And this legislation doesn't create an adequacy. So does this bill reduce property taxes?
Does the bill reduce property taxes?
Is there a property tax
No,
impact?
there's no provision. As I say, this bill does not address the dollar amounts of funding at all. It leaves them where they are.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So does this bill shift any burden off of the municipalities in any way?
Does it shift any burden? No, I would say, in other words, I would say that to the extent that the bill says that the state's responsibility for an adequate education is to provide the academic program. That, I mean, that I suppose you could say, for example, to the extent that some would say, well, you know, the school nurse, et cetera, those things are also the state's responsibility. This bill would allow the legislature to say, no, those things are to be paid for by the state's designee, who is created by the state, that is local school districts.
May I follow up on that statement?
Senator, I'm just going to ask that you maybe keep it to one last follow-up, if that's okay with you.
I think that this topic deserves some, you know, we finally have a sponsor who's willing to take questions. So I think this is our opportunity to ask the questions of the sponsor.
I'm just trying to
Unless
keep
the
machine
sponsor
moving.
would be open to taking questions in writing so that we could review them in the executive.
Please ask the question.
Okay, great. So you have testified that towards, and I'm going to go to page 1, starting line 26, 1A, about that an adequate education shall be defined and identified, and then the following topics: English, math, science, social studies. And you've specifically said that, you know, that we shouldn't you don't think that, you know, nurses or the buildings that the students learn in or other collateral should be included in that. So what part of providing lines 30 through on page 1 through line 11 on page 2, which is the outline of the topics, what part is the state's responsibility for enacting that or supporting that if it's not going to be through the building that the kids are going to learn that topic in? Or I mean, what is the state supposed to pay for? Because you have specifically said there are things that are outside the bounds. So how?
It's supposed to pay for the things that are the academic program that is.
Do you mean curriculum?
Pardon?
Do you mean the curriculum?
Well,
I'm sorry, when you say program?
I mean, understand, I don't profess to be an expert in, you know, how you would define what's in the curriculum. There may be some technical definitions that I'm not aware of, but the academic program that is listed at the bottom of page 2 of the bottom of page 1 of the bill onto page 2, that is the responsibility of the state.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
So if we go back to page 1 on line 11, there is an integrated public education system of shared responsibility. So you've just stated that the topics are the state's responsibility, but how does the state meet that responsibility? Is it only through the purchase of the curriculum? Is it also through the hiring of the teacher to implement the curriculum? Does it count for the building in which the students sit to learn the curriculum? And are we talking about, you know, creating the environment under which the teachers can teach the students? Or is it, here's an English curriculum, we've met our burden, and the rest of the shared responsibility is up to local taxpayers? Where's this is undefined, and that's where I'm looking for, where's the floor?
I guess what I would say in response to that is I think that, you know, deciding how much the academic program for English or for any is that's to be decided by the legislature during the budget process. But it's basically saying that these are the areas. Now, the language of the bill doesn't go into, like, it doesn't say, and the English criteria shall consist of buying, you know, this English book, or how many there will be. That's detail that would be done in the budget. But so I guess that would be the way I'd answer the question.
May I ask a following question? Yes. Thank you. So this legislation states that the relationship between the state and the municipalities with relation to providing public education is actually at the pleasure of the state, correct?
As it always has been.
Okay. So under that scenario, then the state, which is going to, I guess, pay for the curriculums, the programming, right, for English, math, and so on and so forth, under this could also, like we heard in previous testimony, determine that there will be a statewide program. We're just going to implement this particular phonics program or this particular algebra program, top to bottom, everybody, and take the school district's input out of that equation, because that's essentially the state's purview or responsibility according to this, right?
Well, I guess my response to that would be, could the state do that? Yes, but the state could do that today. You don't need this bill to do that. The state has the authority to do that. What what is important to understand is whether the state decides to do that or not is a political question that should be decided by the political branches of the government, not the courts. And for example, if I would think that there would be some very serious political repercussions to all of us in elective office if we were to decide to do things like saying, this is the only English book you can use, or this is the only content that you can use, and local districts aren't to have any discretion at all. Could you could do that today? If you were to do that, or if you were to say the state is only going to spend $1 per student for state, you could do that today. You don't need this bill. I suspect if we did that, none of us, would all be looking for a job, so to speak, at the next election.
Perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I heard you say that these, I'm not good at math, 12, 13 academic areas are outlined in Roman 3 on the second page as being where the state has responsibility, shared responsibility, the undefined level of shared responsibility. But by lumping in differentiated aid, which includes special education aid, doesn't that undercut the Rand decision, which said, oh, and by the way, you're not spending enough on special education either?
Well, you're talking about the trial court's decision in Rand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, we're back to the same point. Which is, whose responsibility is it to make that decision? Is it all of us who get all the input from both sides and have to balance that against all, other spending needs and things like that? I.e., that's a democracy. Or is it one judge who listens to a couple of experts, or maybe, more than a couple probably on each side, and decides, this is what I say, and that goes? To me, the answer to that is very clear.
Follow-up, please. Thank you. But most of the special education services are required by federal law. We all know that, they promised long ago to pay up to 40% of special education costs. The federal government has never come close to that. Are you suggesting that it should be up to the legislature to decide what the state contributes to the federally required special education services, or we should just dump it on the backs of property?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question that I guess I'd want to think more about. But I mean, it does.
20 minutes.
It does. But I guess what I would say is, I mean, that is, that whole area of what should the states do when the federal government says, here's what we want you to do, and here's how much money we're going to provide, but they don't provide the money. That's a broader question that I guess I'd really want to think about more. But I'm certainly not saying, just to hell with the feds. I'm not saying that at all. I think that's a federal law. It's entitled to be respected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at page 1, line 23, where and actually the line actually begins on 21, how the state and its local governmental entities choose to raise, allocate, and spend financial resources to implement this integrated public education system, which, as we understand in line 11, is a shared responsibility, is a political policy matter reserved to legislative and executive judgment and control. So if the funding decisions is a solely political matter, what statutory mechanism do we leave in place for determining when the obligations of this shared responsibility are not met?
What,
Because
what-
you cut out the judiciary.
what we do there is the same thing we do with deciding how much money we'll spend for mental health, how much money we'll spend for transportation, how much money we'll spend for police and fire. The control, if you will, is our voters. As I said, we could, I mean, you know, could we spend $1? Could we say that the state's contribution to public education will be $1? Could we say that the state's contribution to the state police will be $1? I suppose we would have the power to do that. As I said before, I suspect that we would all be looking for jobs if after next November if we were to do that. So the control is the control of a democracy. It's the public, the electors. We should trust the electors.
May I rephrase? I don't think we're on the same page. Thank you. So I understand what you're saying with trust the electors, and since we're elected every 2 years, we have to trust the electors.
Right.
And you know, this whole place can go up like a tossed salad, like top to bottom every 2 years. In this legislation, though, the judiciary has been specifically cut out. So where?
No, it hasn't. It
I'm
has
looking at
not been. It has
926.
not been. It has not said, and the judiciary has no role. As I said to you before,
Okay.
if it's, and let me draw an example, which I hope will make this point. I don't know if you recall this, but this probably goes back to around 2010 or 2011. There was some significant budget challenges at the time, and the court was really concerned about that it wasn't, that funding was going to be, there wasn't going to be enough funding for the court. Well, some interest group decided, we have this Claremont decision. What if we say, we'll say that there's a right to have a certain amount of funding for the court system, and the legislature isn't providing it, and it's a constitutional right, and we'll bring a lawsuit. And so they did, saying not enough money for not an adequate court system. Fortunately, Tim Vaughn, the case was assigned to him, and he had the good sense to throw it out, saying this is a matter for the legislature to decide. Now, if the legislature had appropriated, again, I use my extreme example, if the legislature had appropriated $10 for the judiciary budget for that year, I suspect his decision would have been much different. So I guess what I'm saying is there is a wide swath that it's within the purview of the legislature to decide. Can the legislature go too far so that, the court, there is some role for the court? Of course. The legislature can't end the judicial branch of government. I would say the legislature can't end a state responsibility for education. But there's a very wide swath there, and it's not for the court to decide, well, $4,500 is too little, but $7,001 is okay. That's not the role of the judicial branch.
That's not within the swath.
That's right. That's, in other words, that making those determinations are within the swath of the legislature, and the judiciary has no role in that, at least in my view.
Okay, may I follow on this line here, Mr. Chair? Okay, so you've determined that if the legislature made a determination that they were effectively going to, as you said it would effectively end our public education funding if the legislature decided we can go to $1 because this allows us to do that. We don't have a floor, nor do we have a ceiling, so we can do whatever. And now we've entered into the area where you have stated that that's inappropriate. That's beyond the pale that a judge would say, no, that's kind of crazy, and we're not going to underfund in that way. Where's the floor? Because you've said that you don't think that the 4,000, we shouldn't, that the judiciary shouldn't have gotten involved with setting a number. But where is when a statutory obligation to provide a service is unmet, a constitutionally provided right is unmet, where do we go? Like, where's the cutoff? Like, oh, we can bring this forward at this number.
Well,
you said it's all the numbers are. There's a
no,
swap.
but I guess what I would say, Senator. No, I guess what I would say, Senator, is this bill is not intended to address. This isn't like a bill that like replaces all the education laws in the state. As I said before, it does not change the current funding level. So the legislature has set what the current funding level is, and this doesn't change that. So, I suppose if next year the legislature decided, well, we're going to cut education funding to $1, to go back to my crazy example, I suspect there would be another lawsuit, and I think that there would be a very good possibility that the judicial branch would say, wait a minute, you can't do that. That's just beyond the pale.
But not because of the number, because in line 23 of this new law, the funding mechanism, it has to be determined solely by the legislative and executive branch, and the judiciary has no mechanism. You have no mechanism anymore. Like, it would be thrown out, correct?
No, I don't think it would.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and cut this off. Thank you very much, Representative. I appreciate it. I recognize one last question, Senator Lang.
Thank you. And I tend to agree with you. I don't think that line cuts judiciary off. They always have a role. They're a different branch of government. So, but that besides the point. I do want to correct you on one item that you stated. And if you look at section 1, which we haven't really been talking about of the bill, in that last line, 7 and 8, where it says consistent with the state established academic standards and the school district or school's curriculum. So again, we maintain that separation of the state sets a standard. We say math is these courses. And then we leave it to the school districts to be able to pick the curriculum to meet those course requirements that the state's outlined as an academic standard. So
I agree. I agree with
member, I take that a little bit. I want to make sure the school board retains that authority to decide its decision on what curriculum is local. Only thing the state says is you have to have an Algebra 1 class, you have to have an Algebra 2 class, you got to have a statistics class, whatever those requirements are for math. Then the schools get to decide how to get that in.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I agree with that completely.
Thank you. Lastly, there was a conversation around this word indivisible from the state as it relates to entities and school districts and everything else. And yet, isn't it true, the fact of the matter is that that's an absolute statement right now. And I'll give the example of the Newfound School District last year or the year before, right? We created by statute a brand new school district for the Bridgewater town because they wanted to separate from the Newfound School District. And so they needed legislative authority to create a school district, and they came before us and we created that district. As much as we could also say, never mind, we want to do that, undo that, we could take it away, right? Isn't it true that the legislature is indivisible from the state to the local? There's an absolute connection between the two that happens.
All right, so I think it's the case. I think that it's called Dillon. I don't remember when it, but it's we call it the Dillon. And there's a number of states that have the Dillon rule, like we do, that the local jurisdictions only have the authority that the state gives them, and then there are a bunch of other states where it's not that way. That local authorities can do what they want unless the state prohibits it.
One last question. So wrap this up. Mr. Tobin had a great line that I really liked, and he said, it's important that the legislature have a conversation with the courts in relative to things they disagree with. Isn't this bill just a conversation with the court? It's saying to the court, we think you got this wrong. We're going to be clear in our what we meant to say, and then if you can re-rule on it if you want. But this is just a conversation with the court.
I mean, I think that's certainly one way of looking at it. You know, one of the things I have to say, and is as much as I disagree with the majority decision in the Conval case, I have to say I have great respect for Justice Bassett, that he joined with the dissenters in saying we're not going to simply order, like write a check, as unfortunately the two Superior Court judges who were sitting by designation would have done that. And I think that reflects great judgment on the part of Justice Bassett to kind of to avoid a real constitutional crisis. And I have to say I very much admire his wisdom in making that and joining with the other two on that.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
From Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I always thought it was weird that we put numbers for adequacy into the statutes in 2009, maybe. I always thought that was bizarre. But my question is, to you personally, what do you believe the state's percentage of adequacy should be? Your opinion. It's currently about 30%. What do you think it should be?
I would really want some time to think about that. I certainly agree. I mean, I want to make I don't think that there's any real dispute by anybody about this. The state has a responsibility to provide more aid to poorer districts. I don't have any question about that. But what the percentage should it be the same across the board? I don't know. I guess I'd want to think about that. Maybe it shouldn't be the same for, Rye shouldn't get the same percentage. I guess I would say if you're going to make a differentiation, presumably Rye gets less of a percentage than Epsom or Pittsfield or Claremont.
Well, that's not constitutionally allowable, but
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your testimony today.
Mr. Chair, how many more speakers do we have signed up?
There's a total of 10 more speakers signed up, 8 of whom have spoken on the previous bill.
Thank you.
So I'm going to invite the first 2 who have not spoken up at this point. Nancy Glynn. Is Nancy Glynn in the room? Okay. Well, I'm going to move the next name, and Ms. Glynn can go next. Casey Neal. Is Casey Neal in the room? Nope. Okay. So for the 8 people,
couldn't be, or she spoke on the previous bill.
I did not see the name Casey Neal on the prior list. So of the remaining 8, well, there's another sheet up there, and you're certainly welcome to speak. Okay. If you've already spoken on the identical bill, I would just ask that you keep your comments to new information that has not yet been shared with the committee. Is there anyone who would like to speak who signed up, who has new information? Yes, ma'am, please. Okay, please join us. And please, for the record, your name and town. Yes, ma'am.
How's that? Okay, Lorna Carlisle, Salisbury. Try to be very brief. The one thing I think this bill is, it's too ambiguous, and I think, what are you trying to solve here? And my biggest thing is, I go by your deeds, not your words, and I have seen so much legislation that has been put forward that is trying to hurt public education and the funding that's required. That's what I'm concerned about. When McGuire talked about his personal testimony today, but he has put forward trying to cut to just the 3 R's for education. So I don't trust what the intent is here. I don't think it's fixing the problem. He also talked about listening to the constituents, and the Constitution said, oh, it's all up to the people. I think if you took a poll, the people in New Hampshire are just stretched to the max on their property taxes. They need some relief, and I think that's what should be worked on here, not coming up with bills that are going to just create more of a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak? Please join us. Your name and town, please.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I did send in written testimony, so I will just summarize what I have sent in previously, and I'm happy to answer questions after the hearing or at any other times if that's helpful, to try not to continue to drag out your day. However, there are a few comments that have been said over the last two hearings that I just wanted to try to respond to. I also wanted to thank the many school board members who have taken time out of their day and spent a significant amount of energy to come here and testify today. It really is helpful when we have people who are doing those actual positions to come in and testify on behalf of their local school boards. When viewed together, House Bill 1815 and Senate Bill 659 seem to really represent a coordinated legislative strategy to narrow the definition of adequacy, also limit the state's financial liability, and to really decouple a lot of the aspects that I think right now are sort of looked at continually together when we're talking about funding education. Some comments related to what was said previously, both by sponsors and by others testifying. The state's responsibility to pay for just the academic program. I'm confident that if anybody were to really sit down and try during the state budget cycle or any other budget cycle to determine how much it would cost to provide the 11 content areas that are currently listed in this particular bill or the previous bill, even just if you look at direct instruction costs of that, I feel fairly confident it would be a lot more than what the state's share is now of funding adequate education. Even if you take out some of the other aspects that would not be considered direct instruction and looked at the 11 content areas, I think that you would find that the financial impact of providing those things is far more than what's being provided now. For example, if you train a licensed educator to provide a specific program around something like the science of reading, for example, which is something that's come out a number of times over the last couple of sessions, that requires a 60-hour training per educator. So you'd be paying for 60 hours of staff time for all of the teachers who are providing literacy instruction, plus the $3,000-ish for the actual programs themselves to become licensed to provide those programs. And that's just one aspect of language arts. There's lots more that go with that. That's just one of the 11 areas that are listed out in that content of inadequate education in some of these bills. I also think that it's important to note that courts are linking adequacy to the minimum standards, as you heard Christine Downing speak about before, trying to decouple the standards from what is an adequate education and just list out the subject areas seems to state that the state is only responsible for the costs with the direct instruction, again, of those subjects. It takes out things like school buildings, transportation, extracurriculars, staffing ratios, and anything that's required for school approval, which is what's under the minimum standards for school approval. So it seems to make people want to believe that you could provide an adequate education without being an approved school. I'm not sure how that would work if you can't meet the minimum standards for school approval, but somehow you're providing an adequate education. I'm not sure, again, if that's the intent of some of this legislation or if that's just sort of a, again, byproduct of confusing legislation that's not clear about what the intent is of these two bills. Just trying to see if there's anything else specific. So yeah, I mean, this would say that the state is responsible maybe for the direct instruction of academics, but it would be left to the local responsibility to pay for all the infrastructure that goes with the direct instruction. So I don't know how you provide direct instruction in these 11 areas without also providing things like you've heard before: heat, special education, staffing, programs, etc. So I'm just trying not to repeat everybody's points so that you can get out quickly. It doesn't mention anything about things like CTE programs. I've also been really fortunate over the last probably 8 years that I've been able to be in this position to work with many legislators on things that are not on that list that are of great importance. Things like unified sports, things like extended programs for students who have different needs. None of that is listed here. So basically, it would be difficult for me to believe that those things are not important to you when you've also passed legislation that says that it is important to you and then not include that as part of your content of an adequate education. I would just ask, I guess, as well that the state consider how much money is coming in federally that's then flowed through the Department of Ed down to the local districts. Where does that fall in all of this? Should we be counting on that? I hear a lot of frustration sometimes that the federal government is not living up to their expectations of telling us that they're going to pay, for example, for IDEA at a certain percentage. I don't hear the same argument on the state side here about living up to that expectation. So I think I'll leave it at that. I also will just, one last point. I mean, there was a comment made that the legislature should not be willing to lose control over the state budget. I appreciate that. However, we have seen there is some level of tolerance for some programs being able to go outside of what was originally budgeted for a lot of these education type programs. And I think it would be really helpful for constituents to understand why the risk tolerance would be different for one type of program than it is perhaps for our local public districts. And whether or not we could spend some time really shifting energy into looking at other revenue sources to offset property taxes, as opposed to maybe just limiting what the local district is able to provide without it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who has signed up with new information? New information, Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you. Zach Sheehan, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. Just a few points that have come up that, to my best of my ability, I believe is new information. One, I just wanted to highlight a question that was raised earlier, but relative to who is actually interested in asking for this legislation has come up a bunch. HB 1815 had 1,033 people in opposition and 8 in favor. I'm not sure about the numbers for Senate Bill 659, but every single person for the past 4 hours, except for the sponsors, has testified against the bill. So I'd just be interested in kind of going back to what is the purpose and who is asking for this specific legislation. And then relative to some of the pieces that were brought up during the sponsor's testimony, he mentioned again that the legislature has spent the past few decades continuing to comply with the Claremont rulings, and that this change would help clarify language to stop future court cases. One thing I would point out is that if the legislature is currently complying with those rulings, then why did, over the 7-year span of the Conval school funding lawsuit, the state provide zero evidence to defend the current amount of funding? So millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars to defend against this lawsuit provided absolutely no evidence to say that the current amount is enough to meet adequacy. One last point is that the relative to removing the ability of the court as a mechanism for citizens to try to protect their constitutional responsibilities. This bill, as far as I understand the conversation earlier, would make the only mechanism for, if the legislature were to reduce funding to $1 per student, which was the example given, this bill would mean that the only mechanism to seek any remedy would be through an election. And I just wonder if that logic applies to a whole number of other funding or legal practices where you remove the ability of a citizen to try to find relief or protect their constitutional responsibilities by filing lawsuits. If that's what this does, which is how I understand that conversation, then does it just open up whole swaths of other areas where the legislature can either reduce or eliminate or violate constitutional rights and say, well, the only way that you can address that is to vote us out in the next election. So I just want to point out that feels like a pretty dangerous path to go down if that is the intent and the precedent that this bill is going to be set. So I hope I wasn't repetitive, and thank you for letting me go again.
Thanks, Mr. Sheehan. Any questions from the committee? Senator Lang.
To your last point you just made, did you hear the former Chief Justice Representative Lynn say that nothing in this bill prohibits someone to go to the court and sue based on what's going on. Because it could be 100, in theory, it could be an inverse. Instead of lowering it to $1, we can make it $100,000 and someone's going to sue us because of what we did there, right? So I'm trying to understand where you're seeing that the court has no role after even the Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice said that, no, you can always sue. Nothing stops it. So I'm trying to see where you read that this court has no role whatsoever.
Yeah, where I read that is in the language that says that this is a political matter, and in the testimony given by sponsors saying that this is a reaction to a court ruling. So my understanding of the entire conversation around that is that the court specifically does not have a role in I forget the language they use, a band or whatever. So I don't know how to square the intent being the court cannot tell the legislature to do, engage in funding in these ways, but where that lands, apparently $1 is too little. But I just don't understand how you can have it both ways, where so if this goes into law and the previous testimony that you referenced, there is still the ability of the court to weigh in. But the whole intent of the bill is to say the court cannot weigh in these ways. But it does not specify. So the court weighing in our current funding system with Conval, that is my understanding. This bill is saying that went too far. That is not a situation in which the court can weigh in. But then what is the situation in which the court can weigh in? And that is very unclear. And my understanding of the example given was if we go down to $1 or $100,000, the mechanism to get relief is an election, not a court process.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I think that was the legislative solution, not the court solution.
Further questions, Mr. Sheen? Senator Carson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Mr. Sheehan. In reference to your comments, this happens quite a bit where the court will make a decision on any particular matter, and the legislature really will disagree with that particular ruling. They will come, people will file bills, and we'll hear bills and we'll make a decision. Oftentimes, we will write clarifying language because we feel that the court got it wrong or they missed this piece or that piece, but there's always a redress. The court can always come back, and if there is another lawsuit, and add more corrections. So the court is always going to be involved. The problem with, in my opinion, with the Conval is that they set it at a particular amount rather than just say, the court, you have to spend more money. We're going to leave it up to you to figure out how to do that. But they put in a very specific amount, which if we do that is going to cause a tremendous amount of problems for everyone in the state of New Hampshire, for the taxpayers and for the children. A previous speaker said, something about finding money to pay for whatever we need, but you just don't find it, or find another funding source. Those are very difficult to come by. And those really are political questions. Quite frankly, because I've never seen anybody in the state of New Hampshire is enthusiastic about getting taxed. And if you don't believe me, on tax day, go down to your town hall where people are going down there and they're paying their property taxes, and listen to what they have to tell you. So I don't see that. I disagree with you on your premise that the court will have no role going forward. That is not the precedent here. And I can honestly say that because I chaired Senate Judiciary for a number of years, and we did have a number of bills that would come through that would look to correct a decision that people felt that the court got it wrong. So there is redress. Thank you. Would you believe?
That's going to be a question.
Thank you for the question. I do think that there's a lot of complicated pieces to this. I think a lot of the testimony over the past 4.5 hours did kind of address a number of those pieces. I think that if the legislature was interested in looking at how to, the phrase you used, and sorry if I'm not quoting exactly, is if the legislature were to comply with the Conval lawsuits, meaning increase the state share of funding by about $500 million, that would cause harm. I think that depends on what the legislature decides to do to raise that money. For example, there are many ways in which, I'm sure many of you know this much better than me, money can be raised that can be that can be specific to who will pay. Do we want to, there's bills relative to homestead exemptions that would provide exemptions on people's property taxes for their primary residence, but people from Massachusetts, for example, that own a lake home in New Hampshire would not get that property tax relief. There are ways to increase existing low and moderate property tax relief programs. So just, I mean, the legislature could choose to raise money in a way that quote unquote harms people, but there's plenty of mechanisms and options, some of them in existing law, could raise money explicitly for the intent of reducing property taxes on low and moderate income people. So just, that would all depend on how you go about choosing to raise that money. And I think the premise of the Conval lawsuit is not to increase the pie, so to speak, of public education funding. It is to shift the responsibility from local property taxpayers to the state. Again, how you go about doing that can, depending on the mechanisms you choose, could mean people with a lot of money pay more, or people with not a lot of money pay more. There's a lot of options available. So I think that's a really important discussion.
Senator Carson.
Thank you. Thank you again. You realize that if you make the shift from local,
Oh, yeah, turn it off.
which we really, oops, I had it and you turned it off. Will you make that shift from local control to the state? You are actually telling the state to take over the education. Is that what you're advocating for? Is to have education run through the state and not through our local communities, and our local communities will not have a say in what's going to happen? Everything will be run by the state, because if the state is going to be responsible for paying, then they're going to assume control, I would imagine.
Thank you for the question. There was actually a significant amount of detailed testimony given by Dr. Christine Downey, who dug into all of the reasons that are frankly above my head and expertise as to why this bill explicitly will reduce local control in the areas of curriculum, and and could lead to exactly what you're describing. So as written, HB 1815 and House Bill 659, my understanding of Dr. Downing's testimony is that would explicitly result in less local control about how curriculum is run in our state, and would make it so that the state is mandating one-size-fits-all curriculum and learning experiences for students across the state. Relative to my personal views on that, I think that currently, and I think that to your question, I think that how we change our tax and funding structures actually increases local control. So right now, who has the ability to make local funding decisions is largely based on their property tax rates, the home valuations, how much funding they get from their schools. The ability of one district to raise $5 million, for example, might be a 50-cent increase on their property tax bills. We're 20 miles away, it might be a $4 increase in their property tax bills. Who actually has the control to make that decision locally is very different because of our current funding system. So I think that how you choose to change that dynamic, if the outcome is to increase local control, I think there's many ways you can go about doing that by making sure communities like Claremont, for example, get to see some property tax relief, so they actually have a little breathing and wiggle room to make those local decisions about how they want to spend their money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. No further questions?
Thank you.
Is there anyone else with new information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Again, my name is Heather Robitaille. I'm from Merrimack, New Hampshire. I will keep this brief. I know we've been here over 4 hours. And I was glad that the online support and opposition were shared, 8 only in support of this bill and over 1,000 opposed. I am also in opposition to this bill, as I was in my testimony that I gave to Senate Bill 659 earlier. I just wanted to address the point that was brought up that was surprising to me about school nurses maybe not being part of an adequate education, which was really shocking. As a child of a lifelong school nurse and as a parent of a child that has medical needs that require to have a nurse, it's shocking to me that we would say it would be adequate to not fund school nurses. They are incredibly necessary, not only for the bumps and bruises and illnesses that happen day to day, But if you look at IDEA, there are a number of students with intensive medical needs that need medical procedures during the school day to sustain their daily functions and to be able to access the adequate education that they are guaranteed to receive. So I just wanted to bring that up, that as you look at what makes a truly adequate education, it's really concerning to me to see what seems to be a pattern of bills that are designed to peel back or penalize public schools or reduce the responsibilities. It's really concerning to me. And in the case of the school nurse, if you don't have that, then maybe you have to provide one-to-one aides or nursing assistants for numerous children, and that could cost you a lot more money. So it's not saving money. It's not addressing the concerns that Granite State residents have asked you to address. It's not about pointing fingers and who has the authority. It's about finding solutions now. People are at their breaking point, and no one should have to choose between putting a roof over their head and providing our children with a bright future. It's 90% of our children. Our children deserve better, and so do our Granite Staters. So I ask you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Mr. Trubin, your hand was raised.
Yes.
You testified already on the identical legislation.
Yes, I just want to respond to a couple of things that.
If it's
Judge
new
Wood
information
said.
that isn't being repeated, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And please, if I'm go over 2 minutes, cut me off and kick me out, because I know
hold
that
you to
you're
it.
really eager to get going. Number one, I think that the decisions have been characterized in a lot of different ways, the court decisions that you're concerned about. And I know you have many, many things to do, but I would urge you to read them and look for a tone that's disrespectful of the legislature, or, I think if you read them, you will see the courts are begging you to make these decisions. And I think the context is important, the numbers context. In both trials, where the basic adequacy number is 4,100, the state offered no evidence, explanation, calculation, anything about where that number came from. 6 years ago, when the legislature created a school funding commission and the legislature hired some outside experts to look at the formula, they said, there's no rational explanation for this number. So I think what happened, certainly with the Conval District, was they felt they weren't getting enough money because their cost was such a huge, big percentage compared to what the state was paying. In the vacuum of the state not being able to justify the number at all, they started to try to figure out, well, what does it cost? And then again, in the vacuum at the trial, where the state isn't justifying the number, Judge Ruoff said, it's not my job to do this, but the state isn't giving me anything. I'm going to try to figure it out. And if you read Judge Ruoff's opinion or the Supreme Court's opinion, they say again and again, this is just an opening benchmark. It's not the number. The legislature should pick the number. They say that again and again. But the state, in the defense of those cases, they didn't offer a number. They didn't justify the number. They didn't defend it. They didn't give any information about why it made sense. So there was a vacuum. And so I think the Conval District and then Judge Ruoff was trying to figure this out. And the judge shouldn't figure it out. You should figure it out. You should figure it out. But you should also, it should be pretty obvious that $4,100 is not nearly enough. I guess the other thing I would want to just say
You are at
is,
2 minutes.
okay, numbers or dialogue. It was, I want to give credit where credit was due. It was Representative McGuire and not me said the thing about the dialogue. And what I tried to say, dialogue between the branches. Yes, there should be a dialogue, and our Constitution provides the mechanism for that. As Senator Carson talked about, if the court reinterprets a statute in a way that people don't like, then people can come in here and get that statute changed. If they interpret the Constitution in a way that people don't like, there's a process for amending the Constitution. But in the absence of changing the Constitution, nobody, the legislature, no one can ignore or defy that interpretation. You can try to amend it, but you have a duty under your oath to follow it. I'm done.
Questions to Mr. Tobin? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Was there anyone else that had new information? Mr. Trumbull?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trumbull from Ware. I oppose the bill. When I spoke in the first bill, I said that I had a separation of powers argument that I was going to save for this bill, so I'd like to introduce that at this point. Three things about that. First is that in the bill, on lines 21 through 23, it says how the state chooses to allocate and spend on education is a political policy matter. So the bill does define what is a political question and what is not a political question. So the question is really, does the court have the right to interpret the Constitution and enforce the Constitution? In the notes that I gave you, I don't know if you've gotten copies of them, I could only find 2 articles online that were specific to the separation of powers in New Hampshire. One was by Professor Alan Tarr from Rutgers, and he says that it's the judiciary's power to decide cases and say what the law is. This is what the Constitution requires. This is in New Hampshire. The separation of powers exists to safeguard the rights of the people of the state and promote good government. So it is the court's right to look at things and decide what is the law. Then the other half of this question is, do they have the right to enforce the Constitution? The other thing was from Thomas Lowry in the American Journal of Legal History, again, specific to separation of powers in New Hampshire. And he quotes Judge Levi Woodbury. And just to be clear, Judge Woodbury was not only on the New Hampshire Supreme Court, he was on the U.S. Supreme Court. He was the Speaker of the House of New Hampshire. He was also the governor of New Hampshire. And he was a U.S. Senator from New Hampshire, and he was Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. So in other words, he's been at the top of all 3 branches of government in New Hampshire and the top of all 3 branches of government at the federal level. And Judge Woodbury indicated that the importance of an independent judiciary was to enforce the Constitution. So it is important here that this bill decides what is and what is not a political question. And to the questions that you've continually raised, it would not be possible for a plaintiff to successfully sue and say that the amount of money, if the state were to just keep it at $4,000 and refuse to increase it for the next 10 years. So let's forget the $1 example. That could not be brought as a lawsuit. They would not be standing. The court would say, I'm sorry, you don't have the right to do that because it has been defined out of our rights. If I might also, new information. You said new. There was 2 things that Representative Lynn said that I wanted to address. First is Representative Lynn said the bill does not cut money at all. It does not even address the amount of funding. Representative Altschiller asked a number of questions to try to get to this point. So, all right, the bill doesn't actually say how much we are going to spend right now. But what it does is it gives the state the right to choose whether or not it will increase or decrease spending. It lays out the legal foundation that it would be constitutional, because it's now no longer a political question, if the state were to subsequently cut funding. So this bill may not be the bill that actually cuts state funding, but is the bill that is step 1. It lays out the legal foundation for a subsequent cut. The other thing that came up was Representative Lynn and also Senator Carson discussing the relationship between the state and locals. And Representative Lynn said, if it's true that all these state spending were state taxes, then you're going to reach a point where the locals can't spend anymore. And that's not true, because way back to the Act of 1789, the state said that you have to spend this much money minimally and required that of every single town. Then in the case, I think it was Tucker versus Aiken in 1834, the New Hampshire Supreme Court said towns are entitled to spend above that. The state didn't lose control of the budget. The towns still maintain the ability to hire and fire the teachers and set their curriculum. That rule has not disturbed this wonderful relationship we have between the state and the local governments. The only thing that's been required of the state, as I argued earlier, is that it must provide the basic amount of money to fund an adequate education. If towns want to go above that, they have the right to do that. And that does not mean that we're saying the state has to fund 100% in every single dollar that's funded, is that the state has to fund 100% of every single dollar that makes an adequate education. If a town wants to go above that, they have the right to do that. The last thing that came up in Representative Lynn's testimony, and this was brought up again, is like, what about the differentiated aid? Why can't we just take all this money and roll it in and say the state's spending $1 billion, so doesn't that meet Conval? But the Conval suit only looked at that one piece. You kept talking about the left and the right side of the spreadsheet. It only looked at base adequacy. If you're going to include all the money we spend on all these things and say we're spending $1 billion, and you want to count all your expenditures, then you also have to count all of your obligations. You not only have an obligation to base adequacy, you have an obligation to fund special education. That's $1 billion of expenditure. You only spend 1/10 of that right now. Therefore, now your obligations are going to be higher. So if you want to use, let's add all of our expenditures in and say that's how we meet our obligation, then you also have to add in all of your obligations. And at that level, you're about halfway there. You really need to be closer to $2 billion if you're going to use special ed. So if you want to introduce your spending for special ed, you have to accept your obligations for special education. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Trump? Senator Lang.
Thank you. So your conversation around lines 21, 22, and 23, do you think it's appropriate that a court should be able to create or raise a tax?
Do I think it's appropriate a court should be able to create the rate?
Is it within their purview for that branch of government to create or raise a town's tax rate?
I don't think that that's what this is about. But I don't think that legislatures create taxes. But what this court did was said that your level of funding doesn't rise to the level of being constitutionally adequate. That's different than saying that can a court create a tax for a town. Two different things.
So again, the same conversation, right? So this line just says that it's the state and local legislative prerogative to create taxes, raise taxes, to allocate taxes, and to spend taxes. That's what that line says. Do you agree with that? That it's the legislative prerogative. So your town gets to decide what your tax rate is and how it spends and everything else. The legislature gets to decide that. That's a political question, not a court question. They can't create spending. They can't create taxes. They can't raise taxes. Isn't that what that line says? Is that your town gets to reserve its prerogative to create and raise taxes. Our state legislature gets to reserve its right to create and raise taxes. And it's not the court's place to create or raise taxes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Senator Lang. Now I understand your question. Yes, it is the legislator's prerogative to do all the things that you just said. But I think what you're missing is that there are 3 branches of government. And my argument was that the 3rd branch also has a role in this matter. And they get to say that when you do the things that you say you have the right to do, if you do them and operate outside the bounds of the Constitution, it is their job to tell you, hey, you're out of bounds. You have to come back into the Constitution. Your branch, the executive branch, get elected. You're elected officials. The judiciary is not elected. Their job is to protect the Constitution. And they created this wonderful balance that we've lived with for 250 years, that you get to do the things you do. You're elected. That's the check on you. But when you operate outside the bounds of what you're permitted to do, which is operating outside the Constitution, it's not only the court's right to tell you that, it's their duty to tell you that. And if they don't tell you that, then they're not doing their constitutional job. So yes, you have the right to do all those things, but you have to stay within the bounds of the Constitution.
Thank you. Seeing more questions, thank you, Mr. Trumbull.
Thank you.
Was there anyone else who wished to provide the committee with new information? Our final speaker, please.
No, I can't say good afternoon. Goodness gracious. It's been a long one. Thank you for hanging in there. Again, Michaela Demeter. I am a member of the Dover School Board, but because these are ad hoc comments, I'm not going to officially represent the Dover School Board with these. I just want to respond to one quick thing, and I'm I'm reminded of a conversation I had with my 15-year-old about the difference between intent and impact a couple days ago. He said something dumb, and we had to talk about that. And so I'm going to bring that here today to talk about the difference between the intent of this bill, which the prime sponsor, Representative Lynn, has stated is to correct what he believes to be a misdecided court decision in the past. And the impact of the bill, which you have now heard 4.5 hours of testimony on from people who, unlike Representative Lynn, who said, I am not an expert on this matter, have identified themselves as specific subject matter experts in these areas. And I would implore you to listen to these people who have given you reasons to examine the bill, because your role as legislators is not just to follow the party line, but to really examine what is the actual impact on the ground of these bills. You've heard from people who are on the ground, who are doing this work, who have expressed real specific and significant issues that have been brought up, either because of what is said or what is implied or what is not said. And I will liken this to open enrollment legislation. Senator Lang, your open enrollment legislation. There are significant unanswered questions about this bill, just like about your bill, Senator Lang, with open enrollment. It is imperative that work be done to answer those questions. This bill right now and the companion bill that we just heard, these are not ready for prime time. You have heard expert testimony witness for 4.5 hours, and I would urge you to listen to that. My final urging to you would be for each of you to go to the superintendents in the districts you represent and to have conversations with them, to ask them what is the specific impact of this proposed legislation within your districts. What are we not thinking about? What have we not yet considered? So I would urge you that, and that is the final comment I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee?
It's surprising to know that I've had conversations both about open enrollment as well as just in general about educational costs to municipalities with probably over 30 to 40 superintendents in the last 3 months. And in every single one of them, I offer them the opportunity, please tell me of a rule or law that is problematic to you, that's costing you money, that you need me to repeal because it doesn't serve any function. I've gotten 0 responses.
Is there a question?
The question was, would you believe that I've talked to multiple superintendents, not that we work in isolation. We go out into our communities and talk. And again, when we talk about the idea of what it costs schools to run a school, and they go, well, it's all the state regulation. Great, tell me a state regulation that's a problem, I'll repeal it. I've got 0 responses from that. Would that surprise you that superintendents don't think there's anything I have to repeal that are causing costs to municipalities?
I don't really have an answer to that. I don't have an answer to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none,
Thank you very much.
I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1815. I'll entertain a motion for executive session.
So moved.
I was going to say, people have been sitting here for a little
Yeah,
while.
may I have recess, please?
Have a recess for maybe
5 minutes. I have been advised that the room must be set up for the next committee at 2:30. So that's our time frame. 5 minutes.
I had a meeting at 1 o'clock.
All right, if we're ready, I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
So moved to go into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no? We're in executive session. Let's take up House Bill 1815. Is there,
Chair, I move on. Pass.
we have an auto pass by Senator Lang, a second by Senator Carson. Is there discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'm going to oppose this motion for several reasons. One, I do believe that the way the bill is written, it attempts to remove the judicial branch from the ability to decide on the constitutionality of education funding that we appropriate on a state level. Two, I believe that it will continue the cycle of raising property taxes, which, despite our efforts, have continued to go up and are pricing seniors who've lived in their homes for a long time out of their homes, preventing young families from moving in. And I was particularly struck by Mr. Trumbull's comment that if you're going to include all spending in the calculation of adequacy, you need to also include all of your obligations in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altshuler, your hand was raised, I think.
Yes. First, could we get a total from Karen on what the sign-ins were as of now? Like, if you can, and while she's doing that, I'm going to pose the motion of ought to pass, because I think that the Supreme Court repeatedly confirmed the judiciary's role in enforcing the right to an adequate education. And the court said the judiciary has a responsibility to ensure that constitutional rights are not hollowed out. And in the absence of action by other branches, which is what these suits were, a judicial remedy is not only appropriate, but essential. And I am also would like to refer back to Attorney Tobin's remarks that the courts in the first Claremont case determined that indeed adequacy, the amount that we were spending, was inadequate. That was the case, and did not give us a number because it was the legislator's purview to do that. And the legislature has had multiple decades and has done nothing, which brings us to Conval. And and no numbers were brought forward during the Conval case. The state offered no testimony to the courts as to why current adequacy is what it is. And in the absence of those efforts, and in the absence of any effort to change the Constitution, the court gave the legislature a number to work with and said, you know what, this doesn't have to be the number. Make a number, do your work. And we have to honor the court's decisions by just doing our work, not writing legislation that gives us the ability to abdicate our responsibility. And it doesn't lower property taxes. It doesn't address school funding. It doesn't save anybody any money. It doesn't shift any burden off our municipalities. So I find this legislation to be a workaround from just doing the work that we're supposed to be doing. And I'll take those numbers if you have them.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Thank you.
391.
Correct.
Further discussion? Seeing none.
Yeah.
Senator Rosenwald.
I would just add that nothing I heard in either during the 4.5 hours said anything about improving educational standards or outcomes for our children.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the pending question is motion of all to pass on House Bill 1815. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
No. 3-2, motion passes. I'm going to guess that's not going to go on consent. Take up Senate Bill 659, please. Is there a motion? I'll take that one out.
I'll move Senate Bill 659 ought to pass.
There's a motion of all to pass by Senator Lang, second by Senator Carson. Is there discussion? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you. So this companion bill was brought, I believe, according to comments from the prime sponsor, in response to a work group that Governor Ayotte put together, and it doesn't do anything to raise funding. It doesn't do anything to lower property taxes. It doesn't do anything to change the Constitution. And as Judge Ruoff told us in November of 2023, RSA 19840A is unconstitutional on its face, finding that base adequacy of $4,100 per pupil falls below the constitutional minimum of, gave us a number, $7,356.01, a floor the court characterized as itself far too conservative. And again, this goes back to the courts are trying to help us do our work because we are pretending, this legislature has been, not listening, not speaking correctly, and not looking at our constituents who are telling us it's not enough and the way that we fund education in New Hampshire isn't working. So this bill is no better than the last, and it is not good for New Hampshire.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what I said about the last bill, but I would add that having served on finance committees since 2011, I am very sensitive to the issue of balancing revenues and spending. I'm not looking to start a broad-based tax. I'm not looking to increase taxes, but I'm also not looking to kick a third equal partner out of the process of deciding what is constitutional and what is not, and that is their role. And the reason I'm going to say that on this bill is because of the discussion we had on the Senate floor some time ago, where it was said, yes, basically, we don't make a court decision. We don't need to follow it.
Further discussion?
May I have I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Senator.
May we have the numbers? The updated numbers of support and opposition? Thank you.
Please.
Could you turn on your microphone, Karen? Thanks.
Sorry about that. For Senate Bill 659, the support is 11, and the oppose is 504.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I disagree with my colleagues that the courts are out of this as it relates to whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional. That right's still reserved to the court. We can't take that right away. I think every citizen has the right. What the court can't do, and the legislature is asserting its authority, they can't create a tax. They can't force us to raise taxes. That is a legislative prerogative that we're reserving to ourselves, and as it should be within our Constitution and the way the separation of government works, is that they have every right to say you're not doing it, and you're doing it well, you have to change it. The second thing I'd say is that, again, the reason this bill is brought forward is because of a court decision, and this legislature disagrees with that court decision, and because we think that things like differentiated aid, and I use Claremont as my example, because of differentiated aid, Claremont doesn't get $4,100 per student. They get over $13,000 per student to provide an adequate education, and yet nowhere in this court decision was that even considered. So we're resetting our conversation with the court to tell them, you need to look at this as well in a future court decision if you're going to do that, because this is what we intend, is that we did make changes to the education funding formula in response to allow for increased revenue to property poor towns, which the court utterly ignored. And so this is just a restatement, and I go back to, this isn't an uncommon process. When I was in the House and I was the chair of Fish and Game, I'd sit on the Bradley in front of me with Senate Bill 529 as the Fish and Game chair to fix a court decision that was around alteration of terrain permits and endangered species that needed a legislative massaging to work with the court's ruling. And so again, that's what this does. And to so also this point, you're right. This doesn't raise taxes. This doesn't lower taxes, but this now sets a new baseline we can work from where we can all agree. And so I think, again, we'll go forward and look at education funding and revenue projections and how we pay for it. But again, this doesn't change any of that. We're not cutting spending on schools. We're just setting a new baseline for a conversation that we can have so we can go forward and see what spending looks like. So again, I support this bill and its concept to allow us to have an intelligent decision going forward, recognizing all spending that occurs at the state level.
Any further discussion? Okay. So I believe I was misquoted earlier. I want to make my position very clear in 2 sentences. I took an oath to the state constitution, and I believe that attempting to meet the Claremont decision, which I believe was wrongly decided, and any of the following decisions that were related, would require me to violate my oath, and I will not do that. Period. And I believe that that's my prerogative and obligation and my duty. Now, we've got a motion about to pass. It's been seconded on Senate Bill 659. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excuse me. All opposed, say no.
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Senator Lang, will you take it out?
Sure.
Senator Lang will take out the bill. Can I have a motion to leave executive session?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed, no. We're out. Thank you. It's okay. I think Harold.